Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's solve some puzzles. First things first, we are going to be one of the hosts of the alternate dimension puzzle contest, for which the level deadline is this Sunday. We'll be judging the levels at some point next week, and we'll hopefully be picking up the schedule from our recent absences throughout the weekdays. And as AJ just put into the chat, that's the link for all the relevant information to Discord as well as the rule sheet. Next week we'll have a level code list as well for you to look at. In the meantime, let's do a big puzzle catch-up today. I had a couple of different codes marked out in advance, some of them from previous contests, some of them a peek at some puzzle makers who are very active who I still don't know very well necessarily. And it makes sense to start with this one from the Low Budget Puzzle Contest. It was the last one run in the Puzzle Discord back in June 2022. This is a creation by Itchy Knee, who is here in the chat with us today, and who said, "You've checked out my VODs and quite enjoy my streams," and you said you've only just discovered. Yes, I definitely have played some of your puzzles on the stream prior to this at some point. I'll see if I can dig out some of the VODs later if you haven't seen them already, because I do know for sure that I've played some things on your profile here before, maybe as puzzle suggestions some time ago when I was running these streams more actively. Regardless, for those who didn't know, the Low Budget Puzzle Contest was one where makers had to create puzzles where the main solution space could only have a maximum of 6 objects that are within the one of the 100 item limits in the editor, be it the enemy limit or the power-up limit or whatever. But so basically anything that is limited placement had to be reduced to a total of 6 unique items. We've played a couple of puzzles from this before, but not all of them, and I'm hoping to get through a couple more today. So heads up for falling objects as you attempt to solve Watch for Falling Objects puzzle. Reach the goal while holding a POW block. Okay, well, the Muncher there was not holding a POW block, and it is not about to reach the goal. Now here, however, we do need to POW for a door entry. Interestingly enough, I want to restart this. I just want to show you something very quickly. POW comes out of the conveyor and lands here. That's interesting to me because it tells me that if I'm able to come out of the green pipe with something that I can stand on, like a POW or a P-switch, then what we can do is do a jump to pick up this POW and then re-enter the green pipe. And I strongly suspect that the final solution that we arrive at might be something like that, or it might be something else that circles around on that side. Regardless, let's go through. And AJ, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary, as always. And yeah, AJ, I've been on a bit of a reduced schedule lately, but like I've been saying, I hope to pick things up a bit and be a little bit more active, which might be tricky as we get into the Christmas holiday season, but, you know, we'll be on a couple of irregular times here and there. Anyway, the first POW is the one we took with us from the other room. This POW we can pick up. Let's figure out what we're doing in terms of exiting. There is, of course, the door that is all the way to the right. We can scout ahead and see what is there, of course. We see these 2 doors linked on this side. Right now, we need to drop this POW in order to go up through here. But I think there's a fairly simple thing that we can do, which is to... If we're able to take the helmet out to the right side, and, or maybe just respawn with this POW over here, although that would drop this one. We're going to drop this one over here. We're going to carry forward the POW that we got from the initial pipe in the entry area. But the issue right now is that I would need to get rid of the Muncher regardless. I think the first thing we're going to do then is see what we can do to check. I want to exit out the door on the right side. We can do that if we kill the Muncher, and we can do that if we damage boost over the Muncher using the Shelmet. So certainly one thing that we're able to do is, if I preserve POW that I took into this room initially. Let's make sure we have the correct POW, by the way, because I've lost track already. Let's make sure we have the POW that I want. Yeah. Oh, that's not the correct one then, because we took the one from up top. Yeah, the POW in the first room, rather, was the one that we dropped under the door, obviously, so I misspoke earlier. We have two POWs in this room. We have one that spawns down here, we have one that spawns up top. So we did a bit of a swap here, and that's fine. Because we need one to stand on in order to go upstairs, and then we need to take a POW with us, plus the Shelmet, into this door to loop back to this room. The way we do that is having access to two POWs over here, we just... we don't want to kill the Shelmet. That was a bad idea. Let's rethink that, obviously. We're able to stack two POWs if we want to enter this door for whatever reason. There is no reason to do that just yet, but you never know. Notice that the Shelmet would also be able to bump the Muncher upwards. And yeah, so let's think about how I can get rid of the Muncher without killing Shelmet. Interestingly enough, if we just kill the Muncher with one POW and then we need to figure out which other POW we can take across with us. It looked like I was making a little bit of headway here by just bumping that up, but let's think about this for a moment, because I think we may be able... If we kill the Muncher, then we don't have anything to stand on the right side. However, if we respawn through the right side door somehow, we might be able to do something. Let's think about this. So let's try this interaction just one more time. Yeah, so the POW actually runs into trouble when it lands. When it bumps the Muncher up immediately, it's okay. So that's something that we should kind of keep track of as we go. Also notice as we spawn in here that the shell drops into its current position, which means that if we up throw instantly, if we detonate the POW instantly, the shell does not die. Like that. Okay, great, because now we can take the Shelmet. And then we can take this POW, and then we do the POW swap once again. I should have used this POW to begin with instead of the other one, but that's okay. We don't need to care about that so much, I think. Well, we might eventually. Because the lower POW right now is the one that comes off the conveyor. When we respawn by getting into the door on the right side and then re-entering, we do want to catch the POW that comes down off the conveyor, I think. We'll see. Let's flow through this and see if the logic actually makes sense. So let's say we drop this here. I actually might have had the opportunity to grab this second helmet. No, let's not think about that yet. Let's see what's through here. Okay, this is the exit with the clear condition. This loops you back to the start. So we should have thought about that before coming in, but I, of course, didn't know what the exit to that door would look like in terms of how this would be suspended. It's suspended by 2, you see, so you can't just take one POW into this room. However, what we can do is we can do the transition room, which I suppose just gets you into the correct subworld once again. Xeon, welcome. We're able to take this in. We're able to go back, but I don't think that's going to do anything useful for me given the spawn position and given the fact that this is a transition room. So let's just go back up. Okay, so let's just restart. This is going to be a clean reset. Okay, so we know that's going to be the exit room, and that the ultimate objective is going to have us put both POWs on the right side, so that we place one POW under the door, and then we exit with the other POW, except there was that vine climb. No, that's past the reset pipe. That doesn't affect the goal. So, what we can do once again is do the swap, let's think carefully about which POW we want. We'll grab the Shelmet. Notice, too, that with the Shelmet, we're able to come in from underneath for this muncher, which might actually be a solution for getting access to 2 shells. I'll show you what that means, because we obviously can't loop back. Since wearing the Shelmet does respawn another shell, that's something we have not taken advantage of just yet. So, let's get in through the door here. Let's... nope, too slow. Let's hold this. Good. Oh, no, we needed access to both POWs. That's fine. We need the other POW down here first before we try anything silly like that. Specifically, we need this POW because we need the conveyor POW to be available after I do the initial detonation, which we need to do immediately after exiting the door. Nope, too slow. We've done it a couple times, we just need to be a bit quicker about it. Let's do this once again. Okay. I think we understand the general flow to this at this point, which is that we need to do the detonation here. Good. We use this, we grab the Shelmet, and then we can actually repeat the interaction that we've just done to grab the second shell. Now, why is the second shell going to be useful? We're going to figure that out. But I think it's important to have it. Although that would prevent me from taking... no, because when you spawn into the room, even if you are holding a shell, that's going to be advantageous because you still have access to 2 separate POWs. The reason that's good is because if you have a shell available in the bottom left corner, then you are able to spin jump over it. And go upstairs that way, so... I think we have the general idea, because right now we're expending 1 POW to get up to the top level. I think that if we do not necessarily a spin, because we might have some trouble carrying objects, but we may be able to also run over here in such a way that a POW is going to head bump off of us when it falls. But having the second shell available is going to be pretty critical in any case, I think. So let's just... which POW am I holding? This one. Okay, good. Take it through here again. Take it up. Come back down. And then we'll recycle this interaction. Yeah, because notice the conveyor speed here. When we respawn through this door, I think we're able to run over here. If we respawn in this door, not this door, we're not able to do it off the exit door because the exit door drops us over a 2-tile location. But if we take 2 POWs, stack them here, we're holding a shell, we enter here, we pop back out. After we pop back out, in this location, we should be able to outrun a POW that spawns. And yeah, we will have dropped both POWs at that point, so we can stand on 2 tiles. We spawn here, we run to the right, POW falls down, POW is going to pop to the right side. Having a shell available means I'm able to get around the muncher. Having 2 shells available means I'm able to spin jump, and then get across the muncher with a damage boost, potentially. And that should do it. So let's grab this guy. And let's get in here. Good. Nice hit. If I do say so myself, we'll grab a shell. Now, if you respawn here with a shell, you're able to have access to shell plus 2 POWs, which is exactly what we need. We could place the shell safely off to the side for a time being, and we'll try not to die to any serious execution mistakes involving it. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take this. And then we're going to drop both POWs in this location and then carry the shell. Let's try not to kick the shell by mistake. Let's stack these carefully. Nope, hang on. Let go of the run button. Face the other way. Press the run button. So as soon as we get through here, we're going to run to the right, and we're going to try to bump the POW by being in a standing position like this. There we go. And then now, we should be able to spin jump on top of the shell to grab the other POW, run across, lose a shellment, and then we'll have a 2 POW stack. Or rather, 2 POWs on the right side, which then gives me the solution. And that will do it, so... Unless there are any surprises, and of course we've seen the ending room already, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yeah, pretty elegant. And pretty happy with that one. So... Of course we could have maybe found some way to escort the POW over. I'm thinking about how it could have hit the top of the gate while matching the clear condition, but we'll fuss with that some other time. Anyway, watch for falling objects. Yes, we did. And yeah, nice solution on that one. I think as soon as I saw the 2-tile suspension over the door, it was pretty clear to me what to do. Obviously, I did have to scout what the exit looked like first before I could confirm that it wasn't something I could reverse back through. But a lot of options for the central muncher there in terms of different ways you could interact with it, either with the helmet or with the POWs. So anyway, that's a nice, quick, efficient start to the day, and I'm going to punch that code into the chat one more time for anybody who's been following along. Xeon, it feels nice finishing a long game, but it's hilarious how many games you can get through when you've been on one for so long. Yeah, so for those unaware, I just finished Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and by finished, I mean I actually have a lot left to do. I just hit the end credits after 4 months and 200 hours. And let's just say my sense of time is not what it used to be. Okay, let's look at another puzzle that was in the low-budget contest. The code I just typed was the one I just played by Itchy Knee. And thanks Itchy Knee for being able to drop by here once again and see that played live. I hope that was a pleasant experience on your end as well. And as always, if there are any production issues on my side today with the audio or the video, anything wrong with the pitch or synchronization or anything laggy, do let me know. We've been trying to fix it lately, and it's better than it used to be, but if there are problems, I would like to be aware. Ironically, finishing the game makes it feel like time goes faster. Yeah. It was one of 2 big projects I had this year, basically. I also spent a couple hundred hours earlier this year watching all of Star Trek up to Enterprise, and so there were definitely a few moments like that this year where I felt like I just checked a very large box and needed to figure out what to do with my life, which, you know, there are many answers to that, but puzzles are one of them. Left-right Yoshi budget puzzle from the same contest that we just described with the previous level. And this is by Sir Schlecht, who is a very active puzzle maker who I actually haven't really played much of his solo work at all. I think I've played some collaborative levels involving him, maybe, but I'm not sure. But someone very active in the puzzle community who says, push Yoshi left or right for a 2-for-1 low-budget puzzle special. Let's take a look. This puzzle has 2 totally different ways to solve. One a little more complicated than the other, but both tricky. We'll look out for that, because I'm glad you told me that, because maybe we'll solve it both ways, and we'll see. Left-right, it's called Left-Right Yoshi Budget Puzzle. Okay. This totally looks like a face here at the beginning. So, left one up, right vine, but it doesn't like me. And it looks like these are designated 6 objects. We saw the falling muncher in the previous puzzle, which I think was also the budgetary announcement, so to speak. The declaration of principles. And so we'll keep that in mind, because not all of the objects, I think, are really that available to me right away. We do have the burner over here. The burner's position tells me that is definitely going to be Yoshi grabbing the fire at some point to melt the ice that is on the left side. I think that's absolutely what's going to happen. E-Balloon might lead to some interesting things here. P-Balloon... I have to turn on my Nugu Kaza P-Balloon Precision Brain here to see what we're capable of doing, but... notice that, yeah, so Yoshi can be pushed to both the left and the right. I think that's what the multiple solution description is, that if you push him to the right, then you send him through the vines. And because of the precision climb through the vines where you just align yourself to the ceiling and then go in a straight direction, you're able to do so. In order to do that, though, you would have to go through the gate here at the bottom, which requires the P-Balloon, because with the P-Balloon, you're able to align yourself to one of these blocks and then fly straight through. Now, you do need to be aware that you cannot carry any objects from the right to the left. The reason for that is because you need to swim in order to do that. You need to drop objects in order to climb the vine, and you also need to drop objects in order to navigate with the P-Balloon. So there's no question of carrying the POW over in this position, although POW could potentially be usable. Who knows? Notice the clear condition, we do need to grab 3 coins. The way we would do the ice coin is we would have to melt it with fire and then swallow it through a wall with Yoshi. I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to be. Notice the question block that is in the bottom left. That is possibly a coin as well, although the placement of the block above it makes me wonder. As well as the P-switch, which we have not seen. Oh, well, the P-switch is there, but in terms of what to do with the P-switch door on the top left, we'll need to consider that. Anyway, let's do solution 1 because we're here already and we passed the P-Balloon. Let's just push Yoshi to the left. So yeah, we'll do both solutions, I think. Oh, look at that. We're not really in position to push Yoshi because we're on a vine. I think we actually needed the P-Balloon to do this, unless... Oh no, we can walk. Here we go. Swimming physics, throwing me off slightly, perhaps. We can grab the POW. Notice that Yoshi starts to float automatically when left with the POW, and then, of course, we can do a bit of a soft drop over here if we need. But when we eventually have fire, we're going to be able to take Yoshi across. Notice that Yoshi can also take damage if you try to run with him. Although I can't ride with him at the moment, given that, yeah, I am 2 tiles tall. Yoshi is able to take the P-switch. Let's check what this is. This looks like it should be an invisible block. Yeah, it is. This should also be the remaining coin, I think. Notice that if you have some kind of block that is floating down here, you're able to tap Yoshi and send him across, and also climb through if necessary. You might be able to climb like that, yeah. Then that would send Yoshi running. It seems like it's possible to maybe make Yoshi run across that position, so... Yeah, so all of these so far accounted for. I didn't really think about the Shelmet, though. And that's something we'll have to look at. The Shelmet, of course, is just in this position here. It looks like it will be a grab with Yoshi. I don't think it's grabbable with Mario through the wall. It's not. I just needed to check that. I was going to take the P-Balloon this time, but we missed it, so whatever. Let's just push Yoshi, and let's try this way. So yeah, we know that Yoshi can be set off to a run using the icicle. We know that Yoshi can also be pushed in both directions, except if you do it like this, you can't push Yoshi while you're on the vine. I think you actually do need a P-Balloon in this case. That if you take the P-Balloon through the bottom, then you're able to push Yoshi from this position, otherwise it is just going to be dead. Unless you find some kind of soft reset, which I do not see. Also, Sion, to answer what you were saying earlier, you said Enterprise is such a weird show. Oh yes, is it ever. During its original run, I only saw it as far as Season 1 before I kind of fell off of it for a number of reasons, but it was actually a really interesting experience in some ways. And also a frustrating one in some ways, I think, just given... Well, a number of things I'll go into detail later when I'm not solving puzzles, but we can discuss further for sure. Anyway, yeah, so I'm not able to take this through, but that's okay because we will just go down for the time being and we'll see what happens when I wrap Yoshi around on the right side. Notice that one thing we can definitely do with the P balloon is bump the coin over on this side. And notice that I would be able to send something like the P-switch over to the other side if I bump it well, except this would activate. It's okay, we've got 2 coins. If we're able to send Yoshi back to the left side, then we'd be able to grab the remaining coin after the swallow and the flame. In order to do that, though, we do need to take some damage, which is trivial because we have a couple of different damage sources available to me. The problem is getting Yoshi down to the right side, which we can't do right now because we activated the block down here. If we had not done that, then I would have had to figure out how to break the icicle. You just have to go down the middle here above the donut block. You just break the icicle physically, possibly by using the Shelmet. And then you could send Yoshi down through the donut block, going down without having activated the block in the box. Without having activated the block in the box, you would then be able to drop Yoshi down into the bottom corner, take the fire, and then melt the ice coin to the left. Tactics 47, welcome. Hope things have been going well with you. And let's start this one over. Okay, let's try it again. So, yeah, we actually do see a solution path of sorts with the P-balloon route, so I'd like to do this one again before we try the other direction. Although, of course, we can steadily do both. Okay, let's line ourselves up. Let's boost over to the other side. We can boost through here. Notice that we're only going to get one shot at doing this thing here, where we juggle the P-switch after lifting it up into the air. So maybe we should leave that for the moment until we've had a chance to fly back across. Notice, however, that we are going to have to lose the P-balloon in order to ride Yoshi and take the fire on the right side. And that's going to be important here because we haven't determined yet how I am actually going to take Yoshi back to the left in order to grab the coin that's inside the ice block. We haven't figured that out yet either. Because all the one-tile gaps here are going to make that a little bit tricky. Unless we have some way of resetting back through the original door, but we'll see. I think it's pretty clear to me that I am able to kick the P-switch up top, but I don't see why I would do that yet. Because in general, I don't see what the P-door is going to be about, and except, of course, we haven't really even thought about how we're going to exit the level, which is pretty important here, and which is probably what the P-door will amount to in the end. Where if we have the block suspended in this location, we have a couple of blocks to account for. 3 blocks of height, in fact, to take you up to the P-door, which could be something like a Yoshi P POW stack. And we can do that, in fact. In some order. Obviously, Yoshi can ride here off his back. So, for example, if we take damage on the icicle and then regain Yoshi immediately... no, except Yoshi can't really go through this one-tile gap here. I think what's going to happen ultimately is that we have to create the stack down here. Create the entire stack down here, the stack of 3 objects. Then we bump this guy. Then we bump the whole stack going upwards. And then activate the block underneath it to create the exit door. The problem is that the P-switch must be activated in order to give us access to the P-door. So the P-switch cannot actually be one of the items in the stack. Which means that we need to think about Yoshi, POW, and Shell as the relevant items here. And the Shell is not going to be it if we have taken the Shell as a helmet to use for things like icicle breaking. So we have something a little tricky going on here in terms of actually being able to enter the door. However, if we have some kind of object that is in suspension under the door, we should be able to enter it. As long as there's some kind of surface that is located there, even if it's there temporarily. So, ultimately, I don't really know how the P-door is going to work yet, because we have too many tiles to account for at the moment that we don't know how to use yet. There may be some crazy water physics involved here that we just haven't thought about. Like where you float everything gently up to the top, let it float back down, and then exit accordingly. Anyway, enough talk. Let's think about it, because I definitely need to lose the P-balloon to melt the ice. Because grabbing the fire depends on losing the P-balloon. And so I'm definitely thinking about whether it is possible to reset the room after there has been a state change like melting the ice. Because melting the ice is a state change that would actually persist between room changes, and that's something we haven't really adequately considered yet. Notice too, this donut block that is on the right side here, we don't know what this is about yet. This is something interesting. It's possible that it's here to create some kind of damage pit, or possibly it's some way to get Yoshi across, but we'll see. Brickowski, welcome. Brickowski, we're catching up on some budgetary constraints, as you can see. And so far we haven't done any of the routes in this one just yet, but we're mapping this out and doing some of the initial theory craft. And yeah, so we know that we don't want to push Yoshi. Well, okay, well, I guess we can. We need to... Yeah, no, I wanted Yoshi to wind up on top of the icicle, actually, because the idea was that I'd send Yoshi through the icicle there instead. In order to do that, I think I needed to... Well, let's see, because if you're pushing Yoshi left or right, you're inevitably going to wind up here unless you take the P-balloon back through the bottom gate. Yeah, if you leave Yoshi in this position and go around, I think that might have been a lot better. This one was very tough. Well, yeah, we did solve Itchy Knees prior to this one. I'm glad we got that one out of the way first then. We'll see. Two solutions, one harder than the other. We'll try to find both. That's how we play around here. I did do a few of the low-budget puzzles earlier in the year on their own. I spent way too much time on the one by Teramis, actually. Because I was missing the last step for literally hours, I think. I did everything well in that one until the last step. And apparently I was not alone in that experience, so... Anyway, we're going to push Yoshi this way. I want to push Yoshi in such a way that I'm able to mount him afterwards and take him across. One really important thing here is that damage from the P-balloon turns me into Tall Mario, Super Mario. That's actually really important, because it means that I would actually be able to take an additional point of damage. Or... well, there's nothing to break with that, but I would be able to take an additional point of damage with that if necessary. Yeah, so I want to cart Yoshi over to the right side, which means that I would need to fall on top of Yoshi and ride him over. And then you could take the shell. I could use the shell. I will be Tall Mario, though. This is really important. Because if I am tall, then I still have 1 point of damage available to me, which means I do not need to expend a shell. I can use the shell as part of the 3-object stack that I was envisioning at the end. So, for example, if we... let's lose the P-balloon now and see what happens. Let's think about that, because I'm kind of reluctant to lose it now simply because we haven't done this bump yet, but this bump can be done using the shell. I don't need to use the P-balloon for it. We can do a shell spit or a shell throw, and it would have the same result. And wearing the Shellmet, I don't know if we want to wear the Shellmet at any point, but I am thinking about object bumping. You two pumped to judge the upcoming ADP contest? I mean, that's what I'm warming up for in some ways, even though we're only doing one dimension at a time over here. Okay. So here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to take damage and then swim. And hopefully we don't actually need a P-Balloon at this point, although I'm not sure. Also, oh, I messed up. Hang on. I don't think I can actually get through when I'm tall. I would have to take damage. I think I locked myself. I definitely locked myself. Hang on. I should have taken 2 points of damage. Yeah. I absolutely locked myself here. I'm thinking about how I might have avoided locking myself. The best way would have been to use the P-Balloon to take damage on the icicle and then walk back to the left. But even so, I would have had to swim through the one-tile gap, which... yeah, I think I do need to be small then, because the tiles are arranged in such a way that I can't actually come up to this location as tall Mario, so let's rethink this. I can make that slide, but you think even if I do, I would still be locked? Yeah, because Yoshi wouldn't be able to get through that gap. So I think there is kind of an implicit mushroom check here, where if you take damage with the P-Balloon on the right side, the blocks are arranged in such a way that keeping the mushroom is not really going to happen. Especially because there's this block here, too. It's interesting how this design managed to ensure that. It seems like something that would require very heavy testing. Okay. Let's go back and do this once more. And then... do we want to drop Yoshi into that slot? We can, because then it makes him rideable from up top. Yeah, I like that. And we can just take 2 points of damage over here. Yeah, this is what this gap here does as well. It's a mushroom lock. The whole thing is a series of mushroom locks. In fact. So we must take damage. And actually, I still have the tile problem with Yoshi. So what was I even doing? I was trying to push Yoshi... you know what? I needed to place the POW. That's what it was. I needed to place the POW here in advance and use it as a bridge. You create this arrangement. You have Yoshi in this location. And then you're able to push him over. We actually need to do this in advance. We need to create the POW well in advance, and we're able to do that. But the P-Balloon would seem to precede the POW. And I think it is required. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, because you need to commit to the P-Balloon right away. No, you don't. You can just drop through the donut block and grab it again. Okay, that's great then. We don't need to commit to the P-Balloon right away, so we just drop the POW in this location, create a bridge, and then you suddenly have a way to get Yoshi across. However, if you create a bridge with a POW, then how do I get down? The way I get down is I push Yoshi with the P-Balloon, I loop back with the P-Balloon, I go back downstairs, I loop back around to this side, and then I take the POW from below. Okay, so let's donut our way over. And then down we go. We're going to... yeah, so actually, no, this is a problem because the POW locks me right now. And I should have thought about that. Was there a way to position the POW to not do that? It looks like I will be committing to pushing Yoshi to the left now. Whereas I wanted him to take the bridge. Let's see. If I actually took damage with the P-Balloon right now, actually, I would have been able to get Yoshi across, but then I would not be able to get across the bottom side myself. Very interesting series of constraints. Yeah, because if I placed a POW here too early, I can't actually get out with Balloon. I feel like using Yoshi to swap some items around positionally is something we're not doing enough of, or thinking about hard enough. Anyway, since there is a path that starts with pushing Yoshi to the left, maybe we should think about this. But I really do think that that path probably starts with keeping the P-Balloon alive and using the vines to push Yoshi right to left instead. So I feel like we're in a dead position right now. I doubt this is salvageable. But we don't know that yet because there are too many interactions we haven't really dealt with. But definitely the height constraint while you're riding Yoshi is going to be one of the challenges here. And the other thing you'll notice is that you can't really get Yoshi on top of this stack while you're wearing the P-Balloon. He's just going to fall down here. Notice that you can kind of do this wall bump too. That's kind of a fun interaction. But anyway, let's take some damage and see what happens. Yeah, you would need to take Yoshi across. You can't actually get Yoshi right to left at this point. He's completely gated off. Unless you find some way to brace him and then take damage. And get him to run. But run in such a way that he's actually going to run across. So for example, if you have something 2 tiles high here, you take damage and then you have him run. Might actually be doable if you're standing on top of 2 tiles and you spit a shell. And then deflect the shell at yourself and have Yoshi run across. Might be fancy, but I don't think we're doing it. Let's see. P... We do with the P here. We still don't know what this P door is all about, and that's kind of important to check at some point. I feel like it's going to be something like an object drop, where you just have to drop something gently, follow it, and then go through the door. We haven't really determined if that's possible yet, but we'll need to determine that at some point. Like if you hit a P, and then run over with a POW and just drop the POW in that position, follow the POW down, and then enter the door. You know, hit the P, drop the POW, follow it down, since it's floating so slowly, and then go through. Maybe. We'll see. Alright. Okay, let's rethink our original plan, which was to push Yoshi over to the right side. In order to do that, we need to... First of all, think about this POW placement, whether or not we can manipulate the POW bridge somehow after we've taken the P-Balloon to the left side, or if we... let's see. Find some way to maybe break the icicle. Thinking about the slots that are to the right of the POW. What those would be for. That 2-tile depression, that is, to the right side of the POW. I like the idea of creating the POW bridge, but it's clearly premature right now. Like we have to push Yoshi over, then create a POW bridge, then swim up, then go around Yoshi and push him back. And to do that, I would need to just reorder a few things here. Let's just piece this together. If we have a couple of things out of order, that's fine. We just need to figure out which interactions are even possible at this point, and we can assemble them into a proper sequence afterwards. Okay, so let's push Yoshi for the time being, and if we're missing some pieces along the way, hopefully some of the other objects will just fall into place. Kind of take Yoshi a little bit to the left here so we can come up next to him when the time comes. And then so what we'll do here is, let's say we're going to lose the P-Balloon right now. We're going to take this across. We don't even need to do that. I think we just need to take damage right here. And everything is going to be an implicit mushroom check, as I was saying. We're going to drop the POW. We need to face the correct direction, first of all. Okay, that's good. And we push Yoshi across to the icicle. Ah, problem. Oh no, we use Yoshi to get rid of the POW. That's how we do it. We use Yoshi to place the POW elsewhere. But we would need to get it on top of him first. We can grab the shell as well, but we need to basically soft drop everything. Just to get it out of the way. Let's not block the cloud. I feel like maybe we should be a little careful about where we're placing things. But I can always drop it first. Then drop Yoshi, maybe drop the shell as well. Do we want to take the shell as a shellman? I don't know yet, and we shouldn't answer that yet. Let's maybe try to do a soft drop on this guy as well, just for the time being. And then, oh, very convenient. Maybe. Okay, now we're able to swim down below. We do need to break the icicle. To break the icicle, I believe we will need the helmet. That gets Yoshi down to the lower level. We need to make sure we place the POW elsewhere. Problem is, taking the helmet removes the possibility of having a stack of 3 objects. Up throw, however, might be able to do this. Let's be very careful with the shell because I don't want to accidentally wear it. I'm going to accidentally wear it. Okay, that's fine. We'll figure that out at some point. We'll search select. Yes, I am trying this. And, well, I mean, we need to find one solution first before we do the other one, but I'm definitely curious about doing both. Yeah, we'll eventually want to take the POW over to the left side. Probably with Yoshi swallowing it, but one thing to potentially look for is whether we can maybe create some kind of 2-object stack here to get Yoshi across as well, possibly with icicle damage to have him run. Yeah, I feel like wearing the helmet was a bad idea, but a P switch placed over here could have worked as well if you have a P and POW stack, for instance. Creating a bridge on this side. Notice, too, that with the helmet, I'm able to swim across now. Right? I should be able to. No. If I'm carrying an object, then I'm able to swim across with a helmet. I need to be carrying one, though, because it glues me to the top. We obviously can't bob up and down with the shell, but that's one possibility I wasn't considering earlier, is that the shellmet is able to get me across if I am already post P-Balloon. And yeah, we'll see. I took this too early, didn't I? I want to do the POW first? No, we don't need to. We can take damage afterwards. You've been playing some Cyphus' salvages. You tried a couple of them, mercifully gave up. If they involve any of Cyphus' prodigious cheese detection abilities, I can see why that would be the case. One of them gave you an idea just from messing around. The idea has nothing to do with the solution, I see. Maybe. Anyway, Search Select, as you know, I will be playing the alternate dimension puzzles next week as well. Hopefully I'll be able to do as many of them as possible in the first week if I pick up my streaming schedule a bit, but we'll try to find times that accommodate people properly. Okay, we wanted Yoshi to be a little bit over the cloud, so we don't bump him too far to the left. There we go. Let's retrace our steps to where I was just now, because I felt like we were making progress. We can take damage at any point here, of course, doesn't really matter where. But I think dropping Yoshi's Rudy Icicle is definitely one thing we want to try. Wearing the helmet looks like an inevitability, but I'll have to deal with it somehow. I think in the end, it will be some kind of slow fall of an object under the P-door, because I don't see that a stack is actually going to work. If we wear the Shellmet at all, a stack is not going to work, I think. And actually, I don't think a Shellmet can really be part of a stack in the first place, can it? But we'll think about that later. Let's get POW over here first. Okay, cart Yoshi across, and we'll try to place objects a little more gracefully this time. Although perhaps, like I said, taking the shell might be an inevitability because... I mean, I can always do Divine Climb to get across the top without the Shelmet, but at some point I'm going to need to hold the P, and in order to do that, I will need to go to the left side, hold the P, and swim with it from left to right using the Shelmet. And then that's how I get Yoshi to the left side in order to get the coin. Problem. At this point, because I have no access to the E-balloon, and I have no access to the shell once I wear it, I will not be able to activate the question block. That's a simple adjustment. If it turns out that I'm able to hit the question block earlier with the P-balloon, we'll just do it. But if I need it for some kind of flotation reason to do it with the P-switch, then we can't do that. So let's take a look here. We'll get rid of this first of all. Let's then take this. Then try to do a nice gentle drop. And then we'll... Oh, nope, bad idea. Bad idea. Well, we made a hash out of that. That's okay. Let's experiment a little bit since we're here anyway. Let's forget about Yoshi for a moment and let's just see what we're capable of doing. Yeah, so I kind of blew it there, but, well... Let me just see if some of the interactions I have in my head are actually going to work. Well, so the idea that I had here was to take Helmet over. Did I see that clip of the swinging claw from Street Rat stream? No, I did not hear about that. Is this something recent that I should look at? I guess I could just sort the clips by things that people have watched, and we'll see what that does. So yeah, you can swim across if you just hug the ceiling while holding an object. That's really important. That's something we've done in a lot of things like dungeon layouts before, of course. But the idea here is that you want P plus POW in this location. The reason you want that is so Yoshi is eventually able to run across once he has swallowed the fire. Now, oh, whoa, that's a mistake. And that's why we don't place Yoshi there. But the idea is that we should be able to take damage on the icicle. It would just kind of stand there, even if we do have the Shelmet. Yoshi would then be able to fall into the gap and run across a bridge that would send him across to the left side. Once he is on the left side, we're able to swallow the coin that is in the ice. Now, in order to make that happen, we would need to have Yoshi swallow the flame and then place both objects to the left side. Okay, this is a slight execution mistake, but I think we have a path. We have a path. We just need to be a little more careful about object placement. And Yoshi placement specifically, so we don't bump them all over the place. Okay, let's go this way. I don't know which one is supposed to be the easy solution, and don't tell me. But this left to right looks a little more straightforward to visualize, in spite of the fact that the right arrow was pointing to the negative buzzing sound effect earlier. Okay, let's bump this now. Let's assume we do this now, just to see. Also, can I do anything with the P-switch? Not really. It's eventually not going to go up to that column, so well... We can always place it here, but I don't see any particular reason. I guess the idea would be so Yoshi doesn't accidentally walk over it if he's running over. But I don't think that's going to be relevant. We'll take this, we'll take damage. The easy solution is the one you find first. Oh, maybe so. Believe me, that has not always been the case around here. Okay. Let's drop the POW. We might want to stand on the cloud to drop the POW and just avoid reactivating it. Let's take Yoshi over into this slot. Yoshi's going to do some clearance. I feel like maybe doing shell first might have been a bright idea here, but we'll actually stand Yoshi over here and spit out the shell. And then, oh, we'll grab it, and yeah, pushing Yoshi here is fine, that's what we want. Grab the shell at this point. Let's move the POW out of the way so I'm able to get out through that gate without activating it. This is good, I think. It doesn't block me off of anything. In fact, I want to take the POW now for the bridge interaction. Well, no, we just need the POW to be reachable. We can do the P and POW stack right now, in fact. I think that might be a good idea. If we do that in advance. We still need to figure out the door afterwards, but I think we'll be able to account for all 3 of the coins this way. The third coin, of course, is going to be the invisible block on the left side. That's going to be coin 3, in some order. Okay, let's do the POW stack now, just to test that it works. And hopefully that doesn't obstruct me from anything too seriously. Gonna use some precision technique here to just first of all drop this, and then oh, that's not it. Let's not activate the P-switch. Let's just drop this. There we go. Yoshi should be able to run across that comfortably now. So the idea is that we have to pop the icicle and drop Yoshi down to the lower level. Okay, there we go. Whoops. At this point, we melt the ice. Okay. We never ever activate the POW because it will destroy the coin. We want to send Yoshi over. The way I do it is I do the whole drop interaction once again, except this time I'm going to stand on top of the icicle as it reactivates. It's going to hit me when I'm standing. And then Yoshi should be able to get through. Hang on, let's stand on top. There we go. Yoshi runs across. Notice that we will need to take Yoshi back at some point in order to grab this stuff. Or, no, we won't. We just take it over manually. Take everything over manually. And we'll eventually have to figure out the stack that gets me out of here. But yeah, we can take the vines to take the POW across. Let's do all of that. Let's follow the coin now, just in case of problems. And then from here, it's just figuring out the exit gate. In terms of what we do to break the icicle and get the appropriate objects over to the left side. Notice that when you place something on Yoshi's back, it does the object bounce on him. I wonder if low gravity in combination with Yoshi's bounce is actually going to be the idea here. Let me just check something here. Let's say we face Yoshi to the right side. Let's try not to activate the block. There we go. Let's just do the P drop here just to see. How high does that go? Pretty high. To the point that if we drop Yoshi to the left side here, I think we can actually get enough of a bounce that we can cover for, what is it? 3 tiles of space. No. I mean, the P, obviously, we need to hit and kill. But if we drop the POW there, I think the POW is actually going to get enough of a bounce from Yoshi. The problem is figuring out dropping Yoshi to the left. Because I think we actually need to put something underneath Yoshi and then up throw below him to send him up. Or P-bump below him to send him up. We need to get Yoshi on top of the block. That's the big idea here. That's going to be how the exit works. We have 2 coins that we need to activate this for the 3rd coin. We need Yoshi above the block. I'm not going to get him there by swimming here because we can't get across the corner. But we could potentially figure out some kind of up throw to move him up from below, for instance. Like, whoops. Nope, not like that. I don't know if it can be done using the P. No, it's just going to deflect. It probably should not be done using the POW because we don't want the POW to blow up on the wall. We do not want to up throw the POW onto the wall. I wonder... I mean, we don't have the P balloon at this stage to do anything with him. Because otherwise the bump on the P-balloon would have been part of the answer here. I think it's going to take a bit of reordering. We really do seriously need to think about using the hit on this block to send Yoshi upwards. And yeah, I really like the idea at this point of using Yoshi plus an item on top of him to use this slow fall in the water theme to perhaps give us a full block of coverage, but at the moment I don't really see how that's going to happen, but so we'll come across here instead. We've got 30 seconds remaining to think about it and to try stuff out, but it looks like this has definitely been significant progress. I feel like this has so far, apart from maybe this block here, I don't think we're in any kind of unwinnable state. And this block here is a problem because you can only do something with it using a P-balloon or using POW block. Let's try to dump the POW down. Oh, oops, no, never mind. I was trying to soft drop it. That didn't go well at all. The other thing we can think about is how we activate the P-switch. Do we activate a P-switch by stepping on it, or do we activate a P-switch by something else dropping on it? And that's something we should consider. Anyway, if we want to do Yoshi push to the right, we must grab the P-balloon first. I don't see another way of doing it. So we'll start that way, and we'll try to recover our current solution as quickly as we can. Because I like what we've done so far. I feel like using the bridges to get Yoshi across to the left side is something that feels like it's definitely on the right track. I don't know if we can get away with leaving this block here. Unless we send the shell across to hit this. No, we can't do that because we still need to place a stack of stuff, including Yoshi, on the top left before we activate the block. And so there's no point hitting this until Yoshi is on top. And we can't get him there until we've done the whole ice coin interaction. And we can't do the ice coin interaction until we've had this shell net. I think. Unless there are things that we're not considering with getting objects across to each respective side, like for example just doing a spit, where instead of using this shellmet to carry objects back and forth between either side, we use a Yoshi spit instead. No, because we still need to make it across. And we still need the shellmet in order to do the damage interactions, I think. So the other thing that can be done is to see if we can drop Yoshi through the middle, shove him over to the ice cold. No. I like what we have so far, to be honest. We just need to rethink this block here because I feel like this is going to be a problem. So, for example, if you bump like this and you bump like this, oh, you just killed a P-switch. That's not what we want, obviously. We don't want to kill whatever's there. We should just redo what I was trying. And then we'll need to figure out the stacking problem at the very end. Yeah, let's just go back to where I was with all of the interactions I had up to this point. Although, I really feel like the activation of the bottom left block is the missing piece here that we need to figure out in terms of timing. On the other hand, the fact that I kind of have a trivial hit on it right now might be something that is not so trivial when you do the other route, where you push Yoshi to the left. And so maybe some things here feel like they're oddly simple steps in a solution, because they're not so simple when you look at it from the other perspective, with the other path. So we should just bump this and see what happens. But fundamentally, we still have a pretty serious problem with actually getting onto P-door. But we haven't tried any slow object drops or anything, so we should actually just eventually try dropping POWs through there or something. Anyway, enough talking, let's just push. And recover what we've done so far. Okay. And then we can take damage, yeah. Anytime, in fact. We'll take this over here. We'll make the bridge and then send Yoshi to the right. Okay. I actually feel like if we know we need to Shelmet, let's just do Shelmet first, and then I can just get this taken care of now. I feel like that probably is premature and that we need to shell for something else. I like hitting the block on the left eventually, but we'll deal with that when the time comes. For now, let's just get back over here. As long as the power is accessible, that's fine, but I just want to be extra cautious about not blocking off the gate. We can then take the P across. We can take the P across either way, in fact. But we'll just make sure we have all the pieces in place to get Yoshi in position. The spike on the right side here, you have to wonder what it actually controls in terms of what it is de-cheesing. It's something for sure, I just don't know what. And I haven't thought about it yet. Although it's so nice to be in an underwater theme where the artwork for the spikes is replaced, just as it is with the jellies in SMP3. We see Super Mario World underwater so rarely that we don't really get a chance to look at the urchins either. But everything is prettier. Just a trade-off for the water theme. Yeah, we'll send Yoshi down, we'll do the fire interaction as before. I feel like there's more that we can do with Yoshi Spits that we haven't actually looked at yet, but let's just go back and take damage. Let's grab the fire just in case. Why would we need fire at any given point? We don't need fire for anything else at this point, I don't think. I don't see that's going to do anything. I mean, icicles don't melt the fire or anything. That's not how icicles work in this game. So I think we just need to leave Yoshi's mouth open for the time being, and because I'm looking at this icicle interaction and thinking about whether there is a way to do it without consuming the shell. Like if I up-throw a shell into it or something. Because if I don't consume the shell as a Shelmet, that opens up a couple of possibilities. Maybe, but I've been using the shell pretty heavily to ferry objects across, for instance, and so I don't think that's really strictly replaceable. We'll just have to go back down. We'll overlap the icicle to send Yoshi running. Okay, there we go. Let's take things across if we can. And yeah, we can take them one at a time. It's not a big deal. We'll place them up here just so they're safely out of the way. We do need to go across this way. By safely out of the way, naturally I placed the POW in a position where I might have accidentally activated it. Yeah, the exit gate here, I just don't know how that's going to look yet. But everything up to that point feels like progress, so we shouldn't complain too much. We have second coin. We know how to activate third coin, the issue being... what do we do after that? I wonder if it's possible to kind of squish myself and drop Yoshi from the right side somehow. So notice, yeah. Probably don't want to mess with this guy too much. We'll just slide. But then if I run into it directly... nah, don't like it. Okay, we need a P-switch activation. We need... one way to do it is to... so, watch this. Let's say we drop a POW right along a wall. Nope, that activates. Never mind. Let's try a different interaction. Let me figure out what happens here. That just breaks. That's great. But we have no way of actually getting Yoshi up top, which is not so great. I was hoping to figure out some kind of remote trigger for Yoshi plus P-Switch, such that Yoshi runs and perhaps hits a P-Switch. And if he does so, then we would have some kind of remote activation that would let me drop a POW and ride it. The idea I was going for was something like this, that you would do a soft drop down a column, and you would just kind of follow the object down to the door. Right now that's not going to be the way it works, but also notice that up throws are not going to be material here because of the fact that that's going to happen. So the thing is, do we know how to get Yoshi over this block? Because I think that's going to be critical, unless it is just hit the P-Switch and then do a soft drop and a POW. That might actually just be it, but feels unlikely. I really think that some kind of remote activation of this block, sending an object upwards, is going to be necessary by the time we're out of here. Let's test something before I get out. We slide into the icicle to break it, only at the expense of the helmet, so that will not be it either. We can always walk in with Yoshi, of course, if we really want to break it, but not if Yoshi is positioned elsewhere. Also, we'd lock ourselves in here because that icicle is not something recoverable. However, notice that Yoshi, if we somehow get him on this side, we're able to swallow objects. So we can get up to that gate. We're missing something. We need to make some kind of adjustment that will allow me to think about that P-Switch. And moreover, that block on the bottom left. I think just this simple activation of tapping it right away with a P-Switch is definitely not going to be it. I really doubt it. I think it is going to be something that requires me to send the whole stack soaring. Maybe. I just don't know how this exit's going to work. Because if you have a block there, like I said, you need maybe Yoshi plus one object bounce. Maybe. I don't even know if that's going to reach high enough, but in the underwater theme it might. We can test this. We can test this. So watch. In fact, I'm going to test this, and I'm going to just blow this attempt on figuring out some of the Yoshi mechanics here. So let's say we drop Yoshi this way. Yeah, let's just blow this attempt on trying stuff. Okay. Notice that, yeah, I can take 2 points of damage here, but I don't think the mushroom... I mean, this gap here and the gap to the left of where Yoshi is standing now, that goes up to the ceiling, those are definitely mushroom checks in the underwater theme. I don't think there's much that can be done about that right now. Anyway, the thing I wanted to do was to send Yoshi down below, drop him, and show you how high the bounce goes. So let's take him down here. I'm just going to blow this attempt. We'll just see what Yoshi does in a one-tile column like this one, how high the POW is going to go. Does it cover 2 tiles? It totally does. So that's what we're going for. We need this setup above the block on the left side, because that gives me the door. So the question is, how do we get Yoshi there? Well, we can do some testing again. Let's test this piece by piece just to figure out some of the physics. So what we're going to do this time is I'm going to skip the P-Balloon, I'm going to push Yoshi to the left, and I'm going to see what the bounce maneuvers could potentially look like over here. The way we'll do it, let's get rid of the P-switch here for a moment. So let's say we do a Yoshi stack here. The idea would be to soft drop a POW on top of him. We'll soft drop a P at the moment. And it's totally going to go the wrong way. Should... Yeah, we don't want to accidentally hit a POW with a soft drop, remember. Oh, whoops, no. That's okay, we'll try it with a POW, perhaps. Or try facing the other direction with Yoshi. That surprised me, because Yoshi, when you're not in underwater physics, shouldn't have bounced to P in that direction. But maybe it's because of the column there. And we can always drop the POW from up top, of course, once we have Yoshi in position. The main thing is to get Yoshi in position. And I'm going to try to demonstrate this using the P-balloon. And we'll not be able to get the POW over afterwards because we don't have the helmet, but this is all just demonstration purposes to see what Yoshi does when we bump him. Very possibly we need to get Yoshi in that position and then hit that block with a shell, but right now we have a big problem with that, which is I haven't figured out how to play this without wearing the helmet yet, and we would need to do that in order for that to be a plausible interaction. Notice that if I am wearing the helmet, I'm also able to maybe bump objects higher. Look at that, he goes pretty high. That's how you do it. Except we won't necessarily have the P-balloon at that point. We would need to use a shell, possibly. We could potentially see what the exit room looks like. If we had the P-switch still alive, we actually could see the exit room, I think, by placing the POW in such a way that, you know, you just, for example, take damage with a P-balloon, grab the POW, swim across before you run out of invincibility frames. You know what, we should do that. We should look at what the exit's going to look like. And we'll just piece this together, little bits and pieces at a time, until we can figure out an order that will allow the activation of the question block there to happen after Yoshi has been positioned there. So the question is, can I position Yoshi there with the whole interaction with getting the P and the POW block over to the right side without wearing the helmet? I think I would need to get the helmet into an obtainable position first. You send it across, and the problem is you can't hit the block too remotely, because if you do, you won't be able to bump the invisible block after Yoshi at that point. Let's try to not wear the helmet. Let's figure out what we can do without wearing the helmet, because this is critical. Is this path doable without wearing the helmet? At least until we bump Yoshi into position? Maybe, but we'll need to find out. And one of the problems with that is that we don't have a bridge here. And we can't really have a bridge here, I think, until we've... One thing I hadn't considered is if I come over here as... no, we can't come over here as Small Mario without bumping Yoshi to the left, so never mind that. We actually need to... No, let's survive with the P-block for the moment. The P-balloon, rather, for the moment. Let's think about where the POW could have been placed. If the POW is not blocking this yet, where would we place the POW to get Yoshi across? Well, one thing you could potentially do is... And, yeah, Netcat, transom is an anagram of matrons as well. There's definitely at least another word in there. And Netcat, you'll be interested to know that when we do the puzzle contest levels next week, there will be a co-op puzzle somewhere in there. We will be doing a co-op session at some point. So that is going to happen. Netcat was part of our dream team for 7 MMC co-op levels, so... Okay, where was I? I'm thinking about how to create the bridge and how to get Yoshi through the icicle, A, without dying, but B, without losing Shelmet or accidentally wearing it. I can hold the shell and perhaps I can up throw it towards the icicle, but we need to be very careful not to wear it. It seems like there's a very high risk of wearing the Shelmet by mistake. And the other thing we can consider is how we can keep the P-Balloon, but no, I think the P-Balloon is a dead object at this point. We don't really have a way. That cat passes to Michael Jordan, purveyor of fine steakhouses. I've never actually dined at a Michael Jordan steakhouse, I just know it exists. It's a very upscale steakhouse in Chicago. It's Michael Jordan, of course, is in Chicago. Let's see. Okay, we're going to try to do this without wearing the shell. It can be pretty finicky from an execution standpoint, so I don't know how likely that is to happen, but I want to move the Shelmet somewhere then. Or maybe I can just spit it and then pick it up somewhere. What if we just spit the Shelmet? Then if we spit it from this position, it's going to bounce all the way across the room and over to the P-block, in fact. Which tells me that we can do a really remote shell throw at some point, and that might actually be helpful. If we can figure out how to lower Yoshi without the Shelmet, which I don't think we can do just yet, we would need to blow up the icicle some other way. I was thinking up throw to get the Shelmet into position there, but then we'd have a pretty severe risk of... let's figure this out. Let's drop the shell first. Maybe I need a shell to be in a position where I don't have to constantly swim down with it and run the risk of picking it up. Because here, you see the problem with taking the Shelmet is that as soon as you try to swim towards the ground, you risk picking it up as soon as you make contact. Maybe there's some kind of precision maneuver here I'm not seeing, but you need to be super, super careful not to make contact with it. And I think the only way is to actually just spit the shell into this crevice here, perhaps. Or, yeah, you see, because as soon as you hit a block, unless you're this pixel-perfect precision player, you're not going to come down here without wearing it. And this is definitely not tuned for pixel-perfect precision, so... It's very hard to avoid picking up the shell, and so we need to think about whether we have some kind of alternative for activating the block that I just haven't considered. Because I think we've exhausted our options for that, except... Yeah, no, we don't want to activate the block yet, because once again, we need Yoshi to be on the left side when the block kicks him up. So maybe I need... So the thing is, if I take Yoshi, and I do not have the Shelmet, is there a way I can break this icicle? We need to figure that out. Let's maybe grab the P-switch and figure this out steadily. Also, let's figure out what the throwing distances here are. You can totally throw it across the gap and pick it up on the other side. That's really important to know, in fact. Because it means that even if I don't have a Shelmet here, I can do P-throw, and I'm able to get across here and pick it up. And so that's how I would do that without wearing the Shelmet. The thing I don't know how to do without wearing the Shelmet is breaking the icicle under Yoshi. And I feel like that's probably something like an up throw. Maybe we can try doing an up throw with the P. I don't think the P would break it though, but we'll try it and see what happens. Yeah, no way. No way. Everything just becomes a disaster. I mean, one thing we know we can take damage with is to P-Balloon if we remain in a tall state. If we're in a tall state, we're not able to get through this gate here. We're not really able to get through up top. We need to figure out somewhere that we can take damage with the P-Balloon. And you know what? If we take damage through the middle here, the problem is that we need to place the POW gate over here in order to get Yoshi across. And so if I am Big Mario up above, that actually becomes a problem. Yeah, there's a bit of an ordering problem here with when do I break the icicle? And with what? Can I break the icicle without wearing the Shelmet? That's the question here. If I can figure out how to break the icicle without wearing the Shelmet, then we are set. It's possible I'm grabbing the P-Balloon much too early. If we place the POW here, though, what is... We shouldn't place the POW here, perhaps. We should place it... maybe blocking Yoshi. Then, yeah, if we place the POW over here, as normal Mario... No, we still need the P-Balloon. We come down, we get the P-Balloon, we go left, we push Yoshi, find a way to take damage. The thing is, if I break this icicle using P-Balloon, then I'll be Tall Mario. Tall Mario is still kind of going to be trapped there. Can I drop Yoshi at that point? Would I want to drop Yoshi at that point? Given that I need the helmet. Let's think about that. Also notice that Yoshi can capture the helmet from the left side. That's not something I'd considered previously and not something that looks useful, but we'll think about that. Okay, POW is going to be in that position. We place the POW over here. While I'm small, we double back for the P-Balloon. Why wasn't I able to... Oh yeah, because I'm not able to go back down below with the P-Balloon, that's the issue. So I need to be able to loop all the way back down. We grab the P-Balloon, we come back over after pushing Yoshi across. We then figure out... Why don't I just take damage as Yoshi and run him across? Why do I need to do the POW bridge? Because in order to do that, I need to ride Yoshi in the first place, and that's not something we can do just yet. Okay. I'm staring at this for too long. Let's figure this out. Yeah, the missing piece here is if we wear the Shelmet after we have already lost to P-Balloon, we don't know how to activate this block. We need to activate this block with Yoshi on top, so all our business with Yoshi has to be finished before we hit this with the shell. In order to do that, that means we can't use the shell at any point earlier. Which is why the only interaction that I have to figure out without using the shell right now is how we break the icicle and live to tell the tale. I'm not sure I see it yet. It's not going to be the P throw because it goes straight through. If you wear the helmet, you can poke the icicle. Yoshi falls through. Let's see. We're burning too much time on this attempt. It's not really going to be successful, but we'll also completely forget about the POW. Do we need to use the POW as a bridge? Why can't we use the P as a bridge? Because we would need to swim across the top if I lacked shelter. The object throw, though, the P throw across here, that's definitely something we need to consider. That at least I've solved how to get the P across without the helmet. So the thing is, how do we break the icicle without the helmet? The icicle respawns too quickly for me to break it now, and if I do break it now, we have the problem of turning into Big Mario and not being able to do anything about that. As Big Mario would get stuck around corners, unless, of course, you have an object drop that presses him down. But then he would get stuck in this location. We're able to loop around with the P-Balloon, that's something important. I don't know why we hadn't considered previously. I kind of like the idea of an up throw with a shell, but we just don't know how to do it yet. Unless the problem is... Yeah, if the problem is just picking up the shell somewhere. Maybe we need to find a way to spit the shell and lock it into a certain position. Let's think about it. Yeah, I still don't see the alternative to taking damage with the P-Balloon over here. I need to figure that out. But look, we made a good amount of progress, and we know what the exit should look like. It should be POW bouncing on Yoshi. Which means at that point we can actually wear the helmet as well. And we would need to in order to pass through the icicle. I think the helmet is going to be checked at the icicle into the top left when we eventually get out that far. Okay, we'll send Yoshi over this way. No harm in taking him down here. Let's once again do a bit of a spit. Notice that I can send Yoshi down here with a bit of a slide, but we don't want to because we want Yoshi to be on the icicle when we drop it. Maybe. Because if Yoshi automatically floats up, but then he's still not able to get me through a 2-tile gap, though. He'd cause problems for swimming through that central depression 2 columns to the left of where I'm standing right now. He's able to spit at himself and take damage that way, but that doesn't help me with the icicle down below. How else can we break the icicle? Can we do some kind of soft drop against it? Not really. One thing I'm considering is whether we can actually reset through the original entrance door. It's placed pretty high, though. I don't think there will be any object stack that will get me up to that position. In fact, it's placed high enough to prevent any kind of multiple object stack from reaching that far. We are going to run out of time on this attempt, of course, but... Okay, let's test this without the helmet. We have no helmet. What do we do about the icicle? I actually feel like up throw with the helmet is not going to break it. We should actually try it, but we can only try it if we grab the helmet with Yoshi to begin with. So, let's just loop back to how we've been doing this so far. Figure out that missing step. I feel like maybe I am losing the P-switch prematurely. Not a P-switch, the P-balloon, rather, prematurely. Okay, there we go. And let's see. So here I've been taking damage. The icicle is not going to stay dead for long enough for me to do the POW placement and send Yoshi across, I don't think. If that were possible, that would be great, but we don't have a good way of doing it. If the POW is placed here in advance, we had no way of getting a P-balloon across in the first place, or did we? Yeah, we would, but we would put Yoshi in the wrong side. Don't quite like that. Let's see. Must I take damage here? Let's think about that. And what if Yoshi gets in this slot here and gets trapped? What if we take damage to Yoshi? What if we block this wall using the POW? Then Yoshi slips down and he runs down here. That's not going to help because he's going to wind up in this slot. Or is he? POW, you take the P-balloon. You block Yoshi's run. No, he's going to keep running across the one tile gap. That's not going to happen. Place the POW here. Push Yoshi across. Drop him down below. Is there something we can place other than POW there? Can we get the P-balloon there at our current state? No, I don't believe we can. And why would we? Why would we want to do that? Now remember that the P can always be thrown across 4 spaces. If need be. But why would we want to do that with a P-switch rather than a POW? I don't see a good rationale for it. Possibly because the P is easier for me to head bump when it's in suspension with the P-balloon. Nah, but if we're manipulating the P by that point, that's already a moot point because we will have lost the balloon by then. Let's just do this the way I was doing it already. Let's just tap. If I were big here, I would be locked, I'm pretty sure. So we are not doing that. This slot here, I think, is just a Yoshi trap if he's running. I'm actually fairly certain at this point that's what that is. We can climb to the left, we can loop around with the P. Why would we want to grab the P at this stage rather than later? I don't know. But if Yoshi is able to go down and grab the shell, he... Can you do this without wearing the shell? That's the question. I should have stayed down. No. We do this with Yoshi. We grab... Okay. Sure, let's do that. Is there a way to grab the shell and not lose it all the way up? Maybe there is. Let's think about this. Let's say we throw or kick the shell across the bridge. We need to loop back around with the POW in order to do it. We don't want to block this and go up because we can always grab the POW afterwards. Let's try this. We're going to loop the shell all the way to the bottom level. No, it's going to hit the question block. That's not going to work. Unless we block the question block using the P. If we block the question block using the P, then the shell will remain there without having activated the block. Then we can stop the shell and we can try to grab it on that side. And, yeah, we're going to run into some issues here. But I'm just going to try to demonstrate a few things with this attempt. This is obviously a dead attempt, but we'll attempt to show something off. Let's get the POW gate out of here first. Let's move the POW somewhere reasonable, where it is approachable from both sides. Nope, that's not... Nope, nope, we blew it. Hang on. That was supposed to be a soft drop. I feel like there's some potential here. In terms of trying to loop the shell in such a way that it minimizes the chance of accidentally outthrowing. But then we still don't have a way to break this icicle. That's the problem. I don't think upthrowing the shell into it actually does anything, does it? We'll see. You want to try to go back into this to try to find the left solution. You have an idea. Which one qualifies as the left solution? The one that you push to the left or the one that you push to the right? Like, are we doing the right solution right now? Not to be confused with the correct solution. It's fun for you to revisit watching this again, yeah. Glad we could show it off properly. If I eventually do show it off properly. I am doing the right solution. Yeah, the right-facing solution, I suppose. Oh, here's the problem, is that I can't move the P-switch at this point just yet until I swim to the left and manually place it. That's okay, we can do that. We have a means to do that using the vine as our passageway. So my idea here is to keep the shell in suspension on the left side, and then bounce it and pick it up from below, and then worry about the rest of it later. We still are a little lost for ideas for breaking the icicle, to be honest, but we're gonna try it. Shove Yoshi to the left, no P-balloon necessary, and that's a left start. Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess, Grakowski, you've given away the fact that you solved it in the current direction that I'm approaching this. That's okay, not a big giveaway. Let's figure out what to do with this guy. Let's move things around a little bit. Yeah, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to move the P first. This is going to be interesting, perhaps. Yeah, notice that when Yoshi captures an object, Yoshi does do an upward float. I don't think that property is actually going to help me here, because there are no two-tile ceiling spaces that two-tile high ceiling spaces that I would take him through anyway. But it is something that we need to keep in mind when it comes to just controlling this accurately. Okay, let's try to not kill my own POW and not do an accidental soft drop. Oh, we nearly killed my own POW. Let's move the POW. Let's move the POW. Let's not do this. Let's put the POW somewhere accessible. Okay. Surely that won't lead to any disaster. Okay, let's try to spit now with Yoshi. And see how this goes. It's gonna bounce. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over. Then I'm going to stop this with a bit of a bop. Come on. There we go. And then we're going to fire it again to the right. Except that donut block is going to cause problems, isn't it? Well, anyway, we have a shell. We know how to throw the P to the right side. We still don't know how to break the icicle. I was thinking up throw with the helmet, but the thing is, like, keeping the helmet stationary on the left side if we don't use the helmet is actually not bad. Maybe there's some kind of object drop towards the icicle that would break it for me. Like, probably not the POW. Probably not the P either. Like I said, you can throw the P across at any given point if you want. The other thing we can do is we can also deflect the shell and then place the P to block it, and then tap it again on the other side. So, for example... Oh no, that's not going to go well. If we drop the donut block, we're not going to be here fast enough. Let's see. We can throw the shell and then maybe use the P to block it, but I feel like that's going to be much too slow. What we can do is we can drop the P over here. And we raise the P in a position afterwards. Watch this. Nope, nope, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to grab the P. So that's a disaster. We should have thrown the shell over here to begin with. It's totally going to hit the... It wouldn't hit anything, actually. It would just go back and forth over here. But maybe it would be easier for me to place a stopper and tap it while I'm on the vine, perhaps. I don't know. We can't really do anything from this position. I don't even know if the shell could break the icicle that way to begin with. I didn't think it would, because object throws usually just go straight through icicles, right? I thought that's very much the point, where you can always take them through. But maybe there's something else I can do with the icicle. Maybe I don't need to put Yoshi on top of the icicle to begin with, but I feel like that's doubtful. But notice that Yoshi, if Yoshi takes self-damage here, for example, if Yoshi gets down here and spits a shell into himself, he's able to take damage in such a way that he's able to run over. The problem is that he would run into this gap as well, I think. Let's try to think about maybe a way that we can get Yoshi on top of the donut block without placing him on top of the icicle in the first place. And Dark Flash, yes indeed, it is puzzles today. We're judging a puzzle contest here next week, so we're doing a little bit of a much-needed warm-up after not having played much lately. Okay, P-Balloon on this side. So yeah, this puzzle, for those just joining us, has two possible routes. One that involves pushing Yoshi left to right, one that involves pushing Yoshi right to left. We're trying to do the left to right route currently, and we have most of the pieces mapped out, but we have one startling complication that has not yet been resolved. I think the final interaction is something that I have a good idea of right here, which is Yoshi on top of the block. You bump the block. Yoshi goes above. You trap Yoshi in this position. You drop the POW on top of Yoshi. You hit the P-switch, and that gives you the door. You probably need the helmet at that point to get through the icicle. But we're missing that step of how do we drop Yoshi without wearing the helmet? Warm up with this puzzle? Yeah, I know. It's a substantial warm up. Like boiling a frog. I bet it's still not going to take me as long as the Taramis puzzle, actually, because we did his and playtested it several times before he submitted it to low budget. And there was one interaction in his puzzle that trapped me for several sessions. Only one interaction. And maybe that's a similar case here as well. This puzzle is like final boss. Oh yeah. Always start with a final boss. Okay. Anyway, we spent too much time talking. We're burning the clock. I'm still thinking about this though. And speaking of extra long puzzles, I know that the one that Wes Crafted guy created for Tower Escape was reputedly extremely long. And I realized I hadn't actually done it yet, but I also realized that I had probably better dedicate a separate stream to it instead of trying to tag it on at the end in hour 3 or 4 or something. Anyway, Yoshi's going to be in that position. We are going to place the POW. We'll do the same sequence as before. We just haven't really sorted out what to do with the shell making it over yet. I like the idea I've had so far of dropping the P next to the block to trap the shell over to the left side safely. I like the idea, I just don't know what to do with the shell after we do that. And I still don't know what to do with the icicle. I don't think there's anything that we can do here. Here's the thing, is that if the P-switch is placed as the bridge under Yoshi instead, possibly we can use that to displace Yoshi while leaving the P-balloon alive? No, we can't really pick up the P-switch though. We can't transport the P-switch over in our current state. What if we don't pick up the P-balloon yet then? No, we must, because otherwise Yoshi gets pushed to the left. Pushed to the left, rather. Okay, Yoshi is going to go over by 1 slot. We place the POW here. Do I have any kind of bridging mechanism other than the POW that we can reach? If I'm taking damage anyway, then I can grab the P-switch. But if I'm taking damage anyway, we lose access to P-balloon. And I just don't see what advantage the P gives me over the POW, unless maybe the head bumping interactions are going to be the relevant thing here. So for example, what if we placed 2 objects in this slot and then found a way to bump Yoshi across? The problem with that is that if Yoshi is along a wall, we're going to drop into him. That won't do too well. You know what? Here's something we haven't tried. Let's bump Yoshi. Let's bump him down to this slot. We're going to do that backwards bump with him that we tried earlier to send him down through the clouds. So this is almost certainly wrong. He needs to be on the icicle, but we're going to do it the wrong way anyway, just to see what happens. So let's see, we do a backwards bump. Then we can send him down. Then we can send him down like this. Then we can get down here without riding him. And then the problem is that we need to place an object down here. But I feel like this has potential, that Yoshi is almost certainly going to fall into this slot in his current state. But yeah, he's going to fall into that slot. That doesn't work. But notice that we basically have him trapped at this point. Okay. Notice, however, that we're able to maintain the P-balloon this long. If we can maintain the P-balloon and get Yoshi on top of the donut block, then we can drop him on the side like this. And then he can melt the ice, and then he can do all the other stuff with the helmet and the POW afterwards. And then we can send him across using the usual bridging method. Problem is, we don't know how to create this brace in advance first. But this has some potential, that you just send Yoshi down using the big P-balloon wiggle instead of using the icicle. And then the reason this icicle would be relevant is later on you need icicle damage in order to send Yoshi across to the left side. Or do you? I feel like there's some potential here with the backwards bump. And the fact that we can get Yoshi this far down while the P-balloon is still active. I think we've got some potential here. Electro Dude, welcome. If we can figure out how to carry Yoshi just a little bit further across to this side and on top of the donut block while circumventing the icicle, we're in good shape. And then after the burner interaction, we can always take Yoshi back up through the cloud on the top right in order to grab the remaining objects. And so what this does is it allows me to get around the problem that we've been trying to solve with getting Yoshi down to the bottom right without spending the helmet. We don't want to spend the helmet yet at that point. We need the helmet for the block activation once the Pea Balloon is gone. Let's follow this line of thinking. Let's follow this line of thinking and see if we can find a way to create the Yoshi bridge down below before picking up the Pea Balloon. Let's I think part of it is going to involve throwing the Pea left to right. We can't do that if we've already picked up the Pea Balloon, though. So this is the issue, is that we don't know how to create a 2-tile high stopper for this slot that is on the column that is 5th from the right. The one that is the column left of the Shelmet. So we know how to get Yoshi down to the corner, but maybe he's stuck there. Unless he takes damage to get down there, which he is able to do if he swallows a shell, but if we're still in Pea Balloon form, we can't actually get him to do that. So let's say we take the POW first. Let's say we... Then maybe have Yoshi drop on top of a POW, then we remove it from below. No, because the whole idea is that we need to be in the Pea Balloon form, otherwise Yoshi... Otherwise we just land on Yoshi, and then that would be a problem. Either that, or we need to figure out a way to get Yoshi across this tile without spending the Pea Balloon. We don't have a good way of doing that yet because this blocks the Pea Balloon from going down below and getting across. And taking the Pea Balloon right to left definitely causes problems for Yoshi getting bumped the wrong way. We might just look at a right-to-left solution at some point, but that would be starting from scratch somewhat. If we take the Pea Balloon at this point, we can't actually do anything with the POW, but... if we take the POW over here... bump Yoshi up to a certain point. Let's see it yet. Pea Balloon and POW. I feel like we were on the right track and we're kind of moving backwards in this, but that icicle is still very much in the way. If we can kill the icicle and somehow have a window of time that is quick enough for me to get Yoshi all the way down and across, that would be great, but we don't really have a good way of taking damage there right now. We can take damage using the Pea Balloon, but then I would need to take an additional point of damage when I'm Big Mario. That's okay, actually. That might be fine. Because I'd just be stuck there as Big Mario. You know what? Okay, we determined very early on in this puzzle, right, that if we do the Yoshi push from left to right using the slot here, when you're on the vine, he doesn't push. Right? We determined this really early. But then if you do this, then maybe with the Pea Balloon we're able to speed across without knocking Yoshi down? I don't know. We won't know because we have the POW block in a disadvantageous position. However, one thing we can do is we can place the P over here. Watch this. Without touching a spike, hopefully? Nope, nope. I was hoping to place a P to my left and have enough room to not touch a spike. Because then we would use the P as a blocking piece, and then use the P balloon to send Yoshi to the right. What advantage would that give me? Because if we do it that way, we would be able to do it without getting rid of the power bridge. Why would we want to do that? What advantage does that give me? I don't see what that accomplishes. Let's place the POW here first, just to get it out of the way. Maybe here to get out of the way. So currently I'm trying to figure out a way to potentially push Yoshi over with the P balloon, left or right, without worrying about taking the P balloon through the bottom, because that means we can wall off the bottom using the POW bridge. It's a slight reordering, but I don't know what it actually does. Because we run into the problem of not being able to get back across in this position. Also, yeah, P... Oh, interestingly enough, P just kind of floats in like this. Oh, hey, this is neat. Look at this. And I totally blocked myself. Okay. Never mind. That was interesting for a moment. It was neat until it wasn't. It's still neat. It's just not the solution. But hey, worth trying. Anyway. Yeah, I suppose the right to left route is actually going to be a clean right to left, or rather left to right route is going to be a clean left to right, not something really finicky in the initial movement, but you never know, so. Okay. Let's try it again. I probably should explore the alternate solution at some point, but we'll do it this way. Okay, Yoshi across. Same as before. And one moment, got a quick moderation issue to take care of. And that's okay. Where were we? We can get across, we can place the POW as before. Let's just get back to where we were and see if there's something we can do in that position. Yeah, currently I just really like the idea of doing the late question block activation and sending Yoshi upwards. I feel like that's very intuitive as the way that will ultimately get out of the door. I should actually just test out the door interaction by itself without doing the coins first, just to see what happens when we do it. And just to prove that we can. But it might be difficult to do it that way when I would not be able to get through the icicle without taking the Shelmet first. But I mean, right now the thing that we're doing is just getting Yoshi into the corner so he can grab fire, right? If we're skipping the ice coin, I think I might be able to set up a door test, so to speak. We want to do that? Yeah, we can. Let's forget about the fire for a moment, and let's just do a door test. Just to see what piece we're missing. Because we can send Yoshi through the middle, we can grab objects as necessary. There's a slight problem with this logic, which is that previously, in order to get the damage interaction on Yoshi, we were still sending Yoshi through the icicle using the Shelmet break. So maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe I should be thinking about whether there is a way to hit the question block without using... If I wear the shell, is there any way that I can hit the question block? I can't see it. You can hit the question block with the P balloon. You can hit the question block with the shell. Do we have anything else interactable here that could deal with it? I don't think so. And if we don't see that, then the thing is, there are a number of interactions that require us to send Yoshi through the middle here, including a damage interaction that's going to get him across in the first place. And until we have that, we're in some trouble. We can wear the shell. The only thing I can think about in that is, here's an idea. Here's an idea. If we're able to reset into this room, I don't know how the P-switch is going to look on the other side, whether the door is just going to be a one-way over to the goal. But if we wear the Shelmet and we reset into this room, somehow, then we get access to a second shell. On the other hand, shell's coming off a track, right? And the door on the right side is pretty high for any of that. And setting up the P-switch door on the top left is something that we can only do once because the block can only be activated once. The invisible block there can only be activated once. And that's an issue. Because it means that if we were to reverse through the P door, we would actually just be stuck and we would be locked on the top left with no way of getting back out. So I don't think it's going to be any kind of door reset to give myself a second shell. I can't see how that could happen. Unless we do some kind of slow drop on the right side that... you know what? Let's think about this. We haven't considered this carefully enough yet. Also, I've totally locked myself because I left the POW there. Hang on. Let's grab the Shelmet. What the POW? Let's consider all options here. Because I think maybe if I do a soft drop on a P... too much of a risk of stepping on a P. If I do a soft drop on a POW, perhaps... down a single column, the main issue with that is that the POW would likely activate. Just trying to think about how we can maybe get into the door from which we came in. So let's say we... Whoops, no, that's a bad idea. Oh, POW bounce. Look at that. Pretty fancy POW bounce, in fact. That's not so fancy. Because let me think about this. Let's say we're just going to test something. P-switch drop. Is a P-switch drop something that could potentially give me a door entry if we have excellent timing? We'll find out. Find out. Let's grab the P. We'll take it down through the donut block. We'll take it to the single column. I feel like I'm almost certainly going to activate it if I try to soft drop it in the single column. But we need to try it. Also, notice the use of that POW as a blocking piece. No, hang on. We need to get right on top of that donut block. Yeah. So the idea here is that I want to enter this while I have the Shelmet on. Or while I'm potentially holding the Shelmet. And then we reset into this room and grab a second helmet, although it's on a track. I feel like that changes the spawn, although maybe I'm just confusing it with something else. This is how rusty I am. Okay, I'm going to go here. Let's do the push. Everything up to this point feels pretty intuitive. Although I kind of feel like I'm taking damage too early with a P. Maybe I don't need the question block activation to send Yoshi up. No, I think I do. I think I do. Okay, at this point, do I want to take damage now and then make the POW bridge, or do I potentially maybe throw the P over first? And then, the thing is, I don't necessarily need the P balloon to bounce Yoshi around to the desired position until I get to this point here. Then riding Yoshi becomes a problem, because I don't want to ride him. However, if I have the helmet at that point, Yoshi can do a self-spit. Yoshi can self-damage in this column. Self-damage in this column if I have a P and a POW stacked here. Might be able to get him into this position here. Grakowski, you're going to go to sleep yet? Good idea to catch up on that. Itchy Neat, thanks for dropping by as well. Glad you could see your puzzle and that I didn't just put this first in the list like I originally intended. Because we could be here for some time, and we'll push through it for the time being. Okay. Yoshi is going to sit there. Let's think about this, because if I can send Yoshi down here with some kind of self-damage using the shell, then the problem is picking up the shell afterwards. Getting it out of there safely. I feel like there's some potential here. We need to take damage first. We make the POW bridge, and then we make the P bridge. There is a problem here. Which is, if I block myself off with two pieces here, how do I get back into this position to unstack this stuff? The way you do it is by using Yoshi on the bottom right to grab the items and throw them out of the way. Okay, no, we have it, we have it. Or rather, we have a temporary solution to some of the problems I've created for myself, which may or may not be related to the actual solution. Okay, we'll push Yoshi across temporarily. And yeah, we need to get rid of the POW gate because we're coming back from up top. So let's drop POW. Electrodude in the waking up at 7 AM gang. How incredibly responsible of you. Here we are. Okay, we toss this. We pick it up on the other side. I feel like the 4-tile distance here is perfectly tuned for that. That is supposed to be a P throw. It just feels right. It just kind of feels perfectly spaced to make this possible. Okay, here's the problem. How do we get out after we do this? We just go up. Like that. Then we drop the POW in that position. We create the bridge. We self-damage with Yoshi to run him across. That would require me to, among other things. Oh. Hang on. Can I do this? We gotta duck into this so we don't hit the icicle. It seems a little too finicky to be true. Okay, that's a little too far. I can definitely do it, I think. Feels weird, but... We can also just go down slightly to drop the POW, I think, but I don't want to risk hitting the P-switch. Oh, okay, that's a problem. So yeah, we'll just take it back. And actually, if I self-damage as Yoshi, why does that gap even matter? Nope. I don't think the POW's going to cooperate with me here. I feel like it's probably not going to be the solution simply because of how precise this is. It's not going to be the puzzly interaction we're looking for. We probably should have done an up throw with that P to begin with. You know what? Let's just see how this self-damage pattern is going to work. I think it's going to send Yoshi on top of the P, but we'll try it. And yeah, actually we can't do it in the first place because Yoshi... Oh, we can slide in here, but then we have some problems. No, we have that problem specifically, which is... that I wind up doing this instead. Wearing the helmet, which is what we're trying to avoid. I keep thinking about this in terms of avoiding wearing the helmet, and I wonder if that's a dead end. Okay. Place the POW first? No, we don't need to. Nope, bad idea. Hang on. Probably shouldn't have done this in the first place. Let's... Yeah. Just recover our position. We may have been overcomplicating this. Given that there's just one little complication I'm not resolving here. Yeah, so for those joining us, we have everything mapped out except how to get Yoshi through the door. We know what it's supposed to look like probably, but not how to set it. And setup is going to take quite a bit of thinking here. Maybe we should... Let's see, you keep the P-balloon. You definitely need to obtain the ice coin by that point. So Yoshi needs to be on the bottom left. If we were the Shellman, what is our option here? Do we have another way of getting Yoshi up to the top left column if the block has already been activated? I don't think so. Do we have a way of kicking Yoshi left or right without the P-balloon? I don't think we can do that either. If we can place this and come around with a P-balloon, that would be ideal. We placed a POW here. Wait, why was that so complicated? Oh, no, because you need to fly around with a P-balloon to go back. And the P-balloon looks like it is inevitably going to hit Yoshi. Like, you can't really just speed past Yoshi with a P without... you know what? Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's say I just speed into Yoshi. Does he push all the way, or can I speed past him? No, you can pass right through him. That solves something. You can pass right through him, which means that if I just displace Yoshi slightly with the initial interaction, and then we have ourselves an iota of progress. Okay, watch this. Watch what? Okay, we're going to push Yoshi in a position here. I was considering this ages ago. I don't know why I didn't do it. Oh, because we were fussing around with the P-switch and dropping objects here and there and making a mess of things. Okay, here's how we're going to do it. We're going to drop the POW over here. We're going to take the P-balloon up top. I talked about this many attempts ago, like half an hour ago, and for some reason we didn't try it properly. This is how a lot of puzzles go. Sometimes I talk about something in advance and we don't actually do it. Nope. Ah, because Yoshi is in that one-tile slot, right? He gets pushed. That's why I was trying to push the P-balloon here previously, was because I thought that if we could trap Yoshi in that position, then we might be okay. Instead, we are definitely not okay. Are we sure? Because... yeah, I guess maybe if Yoshi is squeezed into a corridor like that, even if I boost into him, P-balloon pushes him. We need to try this again just to see, because I definitely did have an interaction with Yoshi that worked earlier, where the P-balloon could cut right through him, but that was not under conditions where he was locked into a single tile corridor, and that may make all the difference. So this is why I was trying to do the drop on the P-switch with this half tile drop over here. That totally does not work. Because you get into this situation here. Oh, wait. Watch this. Watch this. Watch what? Actually, reobtaining the P-switch is going to be a problem afterwards, but we'll worry about that when we get to it. Okay, that's what I was trying to set up with the P-switch much earlier. Several attempts ago. We grab the P-balloon. Come up through here. Now we bump Yoshi to the right, while the POW bridge has been established. And then we run into problems because I don't have a way to take damage. Or rather, we can take damage and just hold the P, and that's fine. Because we can toss the P across the bottom, and Yoshi is able to grab things from here. But then, this doesn't solve my problem, because the whole point of doing this was to allow myself to go around the bottom to break the icicle from below. So the P-switch as a blocking piece actually does not work here. Because the whole point of doing this in the first place was so I could fly all the way back down to hit the icicle. And if we're losing the P-balloon anyway, that doesn't work. So Yoshi has a blocking piece, but then we have this problem here. Worth a try. Unless I set something up as... yeah, no, this just resets me back to the same kind of position that we were in previously, except with a P in an awkward position. Because I would have to take damage here, and I would have to swim across, grab the P, take the second point of damage, chuck the P across. Yeah, no, this is equivalent to what we had been dealing with up to this point. We still don't have a way to break the icicle, let alone break it twice. I mean, apart from doing that, which is silly because we need to POW. Also notice I have the mushroom. Not that it helps. We do need to POW, so this is going to be a dead attempt as well, and we're also kind of locked at this point because the mushroom causes issues. Okay, so that doesn't work, but we will think about this again. So are we sure that Yoshi always gets pushed, or was it just a problem with how I boosted into him earlier? I think the ceiling doesn't force that Yoshi always gets pushed. But we really need to figure this out. Because no matter how hard we bump him on this side, I think we run into issues. Yeah, because if we have the open slot on the left, no matter what, Yoshi's going to run into trouble. So let's see if we gate this off. Yeah, I think Yoshi will always get pushed. Let's just try it. We'll just do a full boost. Whoops. I said we'll do a full boost. Come on. No, he doesn't. Okay, we're set. We're set. We got this. We got this. We're in great shape. We're in terrific shape. We're in phenomenal shape. I'm glad I tried that again instead of giving up on it. Okay, that's a breakthrough. That's a huge breakthrough. Absolutely massive breakthrough, in fact. Except we'll need to take Yoshi back up afterwards to grab the POW and shell. That's fine. That's fine. We can do that. Oh, no. That's okay. That's not good, actually, because I'm stuck here. I wanted to have a second point of damage available so we can drop Yoshi a second time. Or the damage gate. And I think I might not be able to do it when I'm big. If I'm small, yeah, this is the problem, is that we need to drop Yoshi through the icicle twice. So this solution goes this far and no further. If I'm small at this point, what happens? If I'm small at this point, I go back. I send Yoshi down through the donut block. And then I do the fire interaction. Is there a way, then, that I could send Yoshi back up without activating the invisible block? Maybe with self-damage with Yoshi. If I self-damage with Yoshi using the shell, I can run him across from here. Up top. In fact, I think that would work. Because Yoshi grabs the shell, he does self-damage, and then he runs. And then we don't need the icicle, we don't even need to do the bridge interaction on the bottom. And then the question after that is how we stop the shell. So possibly if I'm small here, then we take Yoshi, we do fire, we melt the ice, we come up, Yoshi grabs the shell. Yoshi self-damages, Yoshi runs across. I think it works. But we don't know yet. Let's try it. Let's not accidentally wind up above the icicle this time. Okay. Finicky, but it gets results. Okay. You do need to push Yoshi pretty far for this to happen. I feel like it's probably not the solution just because of the execution requirement, but you never know. I mean, a solution is a solution, so... And it does circumvent the biggest problem I was running into. Which is how to get Yoshi through here. So we just need to stand there this time until and not wind up above the icicle. We take damage at the icicle, we send Yoshi down. Okay, we probably should take damage as Big Mario, but we will do that once I mess this up instead. Interestingly enough, if I am big, that will probably cause problems, but it gives me a bit of a damage buffer for if I'm messing around with a shell. Problem with self-damage as a shell is that I don't want the shell to hit the key block prematurely, so I think I should probably drop Yoshi up top first. And I also need Yoshi to get the POW out of the way. That's kind of important. We just need to place the POW somewhere safe. I should lose Super Mario at this point because he's going to cause too many problems. On the other hand, we can do the same kind of interaction as we've been doing throughout. Yoshi can break the icicle. No, because if we break the icicle, we need to either hit it using the Shelmet or we need to hit it from below. We don't really have a good way to go below as Mario at this point. Like, I do need probably just self-damage to get Yoshi across. Or... yeah, we can take damage as Big Mario. Yeah, I think we're going to need to lose Super Mario. I don't see a way around that. I was looking for ways that we could take damage as him in a more advantageous position to use damaged frames to perhaps get Yoshi across a hazard, but I think that causes too many complications. I don't think it's going to be it. No, we need Yoshi to deal with the POW. Let's get the POW out of the way first. This is a really bad position for everything. Let's get the POW out. We need the POW to not be hit by the shell, which means I should just take the POW and place it down here, perhaps. Just shove it well out of the way, so it's not at risk. Then the question is, can I self-damage this Yoshi in a way that will get him across all of these one-tile gaps using running speed? Let's do one thing before we do that. We're going to protect the question block using the P. We're going to protect the question block. And then we're going to try to self-damage with Yoshi on the top row. Yeah, again, the problem with trying to self-damage Yoshi on the bottom row is simply that we don't know how to create the bridge to do that. Unless you create the bridge, you push Yoshi to the left. So I'm looking at the bottom middle right now. If you push Yoshi to the left of the donut block, and then self-damage to get him to run, I don't know about that. I don't think so. Let's try the shell method first. We need to Yeah, the float is a big problem here, but we just need to run with Yoshi and then reacquire the shell. Oh, big problem. How did I lose the shell? I just straight up lost the shell. Okay, that's not good. I just lost a shell. That's not great. And then now we have problems. Yeah, because okay, so here's the problem: is that Yoshi floated up. I spat the shell, and the shell just disappeared, possibly over the ceiling, depending on how this is placed. Probably over the ceiling, in fact, depending on how this is built. We're going to try the same method. I feel like we're close to something here that might work. The one thing I don't know is what Yoshi's actual running pattern is going to be like after the shell spit, and maybe we should try that in advance, so we know what it looks like to see if it actually is going to work. And to do that, we don't actually need to do the whole finicky interaction. We just need to do a bit of a test. Just a test. This looks quite different from the solution I was trying earlier, but let's just get Yoshi over here. I don't know, there are many respects in which this subjectively feels like the right solution in a way that my other method with getting the P-Balloon to Yoshi's left up top does not quite feel as intended. And it's hard to tell when you don't really know what a puzzle is going to throw at you, but anyway, I'm just going to try Yoshi's self-damage interaction to see what the movement pattern is going to be, because I need to know that in advance to see if it actually works. So we're going to create the POW bridge. And here's the thing, is that if I then lose the POW bridge, then what happens? So for example, let's say I move the POW out of the way. I can always push Yoshi using that position, but let's just move the POW out of the way for now. We don't care where the POW goes, because we're just going to try to get it out so we can self-damage Yoshi and see what happens. Okay, we need to figure out how this is going to be done in a way that doesn't lose the shell. And it can't be while holding down, because maybe I need to spit as Yoshi in this position or something, and then he runs. Nope. That just wears the Shellmet. The problem with wearing the Shellmet is that you can't just reset out of it and try it again. Anyway, let's try to roll with it, and let's see if we can find some other method. Because I feel like avoiding the Shellmet has been a huge hindrance the whole way through. Yeah, no, this gets me back to the other solution path I was trying earlier, which is POW plus P. Beside a donut block, you get Yoshi to run over with damage, and then you have no way of hitting the block once again. So I wonder if there's something I'm failing to consider about the block interaction. Some other way I can hit that thing, but the thing is, when Yoshi has the shell in his mouth, you have this issue with him floating upwards in a way that makes it really difficult to actually have him spit the shell at himself. One way to potentially avoid that is you push Yoshi into this position, you grab Yoshi here. Nope, because if the shell comes back and hits you, then Yoshi just runs down. Is it a problem if he runs down? I don't know that it is, because if you create the POW and P bridge, then you might be okay. The problem is that you would run into the problem of the shell hitting the question block. But if we can get Yoshi to hit himself with the shell in a way that... If we get Yoshi to hit himself with the shell in a way that does not lead to me picking up the shell from down below, that's the question. Because I can't just have Yoshi be on one tile lower and touching a ceiling. I feel like maybe Yoshi needs to be in this position, that I spit from here. Like I push Yoshi into this position, I get on him, then we do a shell spit. And then see what happens. Let's just try it out. Let's not play around with anything else yet. Let's just see if we can find a way to do the Yoshi shell spit, because that will solve a lot of things. So we can find a way to get Yoshi to the left while keeping the shell alive. And not a helmet. Okay. If we can find a method to do that, then we have assembled something interesting. And then we will go back to try our method of getting the P-balloon to Yoshi's left up top. Oh, no. Faced the wrong way. Hows are so finicky sometimes. Definitely a bit of a problem to deal with. Anyway, again, not really going to do a full solution path here. What we're going to do instead is we're just going to try to get some kind of shell pattern set up for Yoshi to see if we can get one to work. We just need to find a location that will get Yoshi across. And the thing is, nothing that we've seen so far with Yoshi doing self-damage is as elegant as Yoshi taking damage on the icicle. And I feel like we're actually not really interacting with the icicle at all if I'm trying that other solution path that we're investigating. Because it really does feel like placing two objects here and then sending Yoshi over with damage just looks great. The problem with that mainly is how we break the icicle once again. If we don't have the Shelmets, we need someone to take that damages Yoshi. And if he's already gotten down there for the fire interaction, I'm not sure how that's going to look. Maybe he needs to grab fire without spitting it right away. I don't know about that. Let's do this once again. Okay. I've been on this puzzle for about 2 hours now. That's okay. Still not nearly as much time as some that I've seen. Oh, once again, just faced the wrong way with the POW drop. I was trying to face away from the POW, but we need to just drop it first and then swim out of there gently. Okay. This is what happens a lot with puzzles, is that we just... with one screens especially, because they're so cramped, that we always have execution errors. The later we get. Lots of dead attempts just from one flubbed directional input here and there. Okay, let's go back. Then we will see what we can do here. Okay, once again, let's try it. Finally got that. Okay, let's just try to find some form of self-damage. So for example, let's say we leave the POW in place. Yeah, notice that I can't actually go across here, but I can push Yoshi into the middle slot. If I do that... Nope, I could run into this issue. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a big problem, actually. It's okay, that's why we're trying this stuff. Yeah, that's a big issue. We can't really push Yoshi into the slot. We need to find some way for Yoshi to fire the shell from here. I think Yoshi just fires the shell from this position. And then sits down. The problem is that we can't do a soft drop, and Yoshi has this way of floating upwards that we need to keep in check. I'm just trying to find the firing position. Because if we can find it, we basically have a solution. As long as we can recover the shell, that's the important stipulation here. Oh, let's grab a P-balloon first. And let's go up. Okay. Over here we go. Push, push, push. Then, what are we going to do? Yeah, damage, and then swap. Okay, let's make the bridge. That's one advantage of potentially using the P-switch instead of the power for the bridge, is that I mean, you'd be at risk of stepping on a P-switch, which is maybe worse, but... accidental power hits are never much fun. Okay, I just want to try what the damage interaction is going to look like here to see if we can send Yoshi over to the other side. Oh, notice that, yeah, we have a problem here, which is that if I don't push Yoshi far enough, then I can't actually get on him. Notice that the ceiling imposes all kinds of issues here. Ceiling interaction causes problems. That's probably why we lost a shell earlier. This is actually pretty clearly built on the screen ceiling, I think. Top half of the world? Maybe. Yeah, because just looking at the camera logic here, so... I wonder why we just lost that shell earlier then. We were trying to figure this out. I'm just trying to piece this together bit by bit. Whoops, damage. Again, this isn't even the solution path that we're attempting. We're just trying to figure out one interaction here so we don't spend too much time testing its viability when we're really far into the solution. The thing I'm trying here is to get Yoshi to self-damage with the shell so he can run across from the top level. The main issue is that he floats up. We need to let up on a directional button and then go back down. No, the shell goes that way. Okay, that's fine. We'll bop it and we'll pick it up. And we need to not hit the ground when we soft drop it. Okay. And then we're in trouble again because Yoshi gets blocked off by the fact that I can't even get above him on the ceiling since we're kind of restricted by half a tile. And that is a problem. I actually do need Yoshi to consistently move out of the way. Yeah, I think avoiding the shell may just be a non-starter here. We can kind of squeeze past Yoshi there, but as you can see, this Spit doesn't work because the shell does fall into that one tile, and so the self-damage I think is not going to work from that position. We need to do it lower. And we need to do it in such a way that Yoshi doesn't pick up the shell, which is... Like, we can maybe do the self-damage in this column. The issue is that because of Yoshi's float, when I spit, I think you run into issues, first of all, of the shell careening over, and second of myself just picking up the shell as a helmet. So we should try it, though. We shouldn't roll it out until we've tried it. It's too important in interaction not to try. Because if we can sort that out, we have most of the pieces we need to make this function. Okay, there we are. Let's try this again. Damage. A little POW bridge over here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, definitely that half-tile blockage on the ceiling makes things pretty complicated. Let's get the POW out of the way for once. POW is very much in the way. Okay. We're going to push Yoshi down to this lower slot, and then we're going to approach him from below. I don't like that. We're going to be in trouble here. No, we're not. We're going to come down here. Yoshi's going to spit, and then Yoshi... I need to avoid picking up the shell. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's going to require me to create the Yoshi bridge, and that's okay. We know how to do that. We know how to create the Yoshi bridge in advance. And then we take the shell, except the problem is, how do we send the shell across? Well, we'll eventually fire the Here's the problem. It's really difficult to not pick up the shell, but that's okay. We know how to fire the shell from up top, in fact. We know how to send the shell across. Okay, we have an idea now. Let's stitch some of these ideas together. That is clearly a viable spot for sending Yoshi over. As long as we kind of swim up into the self-damage shot. And then if we create the bridge at the donut block, we can send Yoshi across. Let's make sure we don't have any problems with this strategy. First, we're going to go back to the interaction we tried earlier, where we tried to get a P-Balloon to Yoshi's left while taking the top path. Okay. Let's do this a bit here in advance. I see the problem. No, there's no problem. We send Yoshi across, then we send a P across, and then we send a shell across. The problem is soft dropping the shell. Handling the shell is actually the hardest part, because it's so sensitive to accidentally being donned as a helmet. No, we want the POW gate first. Then we're going to take the P-Balloon across. Okay, here we go. Let's try to boost to Yoshi's left. Okay, there we go. Very good. We'll dump Yoshi in here, because we need to. And then we drop him through the icicle. So far, so good. We actually do need to take damage as Mario here, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. We then move the POW out of the way so we have some free passage across both sides. That's going to be necessary because what we're going to do is we're going to set up the P and the POW bridge, then we do the self-damage interaction with Yoshi using the shell. So we know how to do this. We throw the P across. That's going to make it. Great. Make it pretty comfortably, in fact. Okay, then we'll do the P and POW stack down below. Now, a very important thing is that we will need to block the question block with the P before we send a shell over. The shell is one thing I'm still concerned about managing because at some point we're going to need to stop it and not wear it. And that's going to be maybe a tricky input sequence. Make the bridge. So now this feels a little more elegant because we're back to this bridge interaction that I always thought was actually rather likely. We take Yoshi here. We take the shell. We push Yoshi and then we land on top of them to do the whole self-damage sequence. Oh, except we got stuck here too. That's fine too, maybe, except we'll do things this way. Okay, we need to not hold down. We need to fire, and then we need to swim up towards the shell as it deflects. There we go. Except the shell is going to go. Ah, no, bad. How do we prevent the shell from doing that earlier? Oh, because the shell... Yeah, that's not good. We got lucky earlier, I think, with the shell not going that far. Because this time the shell deflected down here. Last time we had a shot where the shell did not do that to me. And because, of course, the issue is that we need to block that. You see, it seems like this is something where it's probably not the intended solution, but the thing is, if you manage to position the shell such that it does bounce back and forth like it did on a previous attempt, it would have worked just fine. Maybe then I actually need to self-damage with Yoshi in a position like here. Because then you could trap the shell here while Yoshi would perhaps run in the other direction. We might need to consider that. But anyway, let me walk through the thing I had envisioned, which is that at this point you would take both the POW... Well, the P would be the blocking piece. The P would be a blocking piece to block the shell. At some point you wear the Shelmet after you've sent Yoshi into position. So this is the intended sequence, is that you... Or rather my intended sequence, is that you take the P over. Let's drop the POW for the moment. Let's pretend that the shell did not do this to me, and that the shell is still available somehow, and has not hit the brick. The question block on the left side, rather. The intention I had... We can stop the shell for a moment. Whoop. You know what? Firing the shell back and forth, and then dropping on top of it with Yoshi is actually maybe an even better idea. That's cleaner than trying to self-damage by current means that I have. The idea was to drop Yoshi here. And then fire the shell, hit the block, trap Yoshi above this block here. At this point, the P-switch would have just been moved out of the way. So P-switch is already on the left side. Then how do we get the POW from the other side? Well, so let's pretend that the P-switch is already here. I said, let's pretend the P-switch is already here. Then the idea is that at this point, you can wear the Shelmet, and then you can carry the POW through the... Either layer, actually, will do. And then the idea, let's just map this out with the 70 seconds that we have left. This is assuming Yoshi would have grabbed a coin, too, of course. So the idea would be to do this. So pretend that Yoshi is above this block and that we had collected this late. The idea would then to be to drop the POW block on top of Yoshi in the left column. I would have had to take some damage to do that, I'm sure. I might even have had to step on the P-switch first, and then get a good swim over to drop the POW on top of Yoshi with the P-door active. Then we would finish it. So that's the idea. We're going to clean up the Yoshi shell shot a bit, to maybe try to ensure that the shell doesn't deflect in the wrong position. In fact, if I yeah. Here's one way we could do it. Yeah, we need to think about this. We need to make sure the shell doesn't run into issues here. But we'll do this again. And we'll just try to find a good way for Yoshi to self-damage. Because that's the critical piece of the puzzle here, is just to... We have a potentially working sequence. The problem last time was that the shell was sent over too early, because the self-damage spot was not ideal. And one that I don't actually have a lot of control over, which means we need to pick a different spot to try the same strategy. We'll make the POW bridge. It's a bit execution dependent, and I'm not confident in this as the actual intended solution, but we'll take whatever solution I can get. Because this is the bit that feels like a little bit untidy, but, you know, it's possible, so we'll do it. Yeah, get Yoshi. Oh, come on. That's okay, we can do it twice. I said we can do it twice. Just get Yoshi back in position. We break the icicle, we drop Yoshi down below. Make some fire. Please take one. And then we'll grab that. Oh, we do need to take a little more damage here. Grab the POW to move it. Release the gate. We don't really need the bottom corner at this point, so I think leaving the POW here is probably fine. Okay, here's what we will do next. We'll create the POW and P bridge. And we'll see if we can find a position for Yoshi to cleanly take damage in a position where the shell is going to keep on moving. The problem is I think this method depends a lot on my shell deflection. Where some shell deflections are going to send it over and some are not. And one thing you could do, of course, is to maybe trap Yoshi with self-damage over here without having landed on him, and then move the P into... No, because he's going to fall down in the middle. That's not going to work. So maybe trap him before you make the bridge, but then how do you make the bridge, right? So... Anyway, we'll try it again. We'll just try to find a better location for Yoshi to do self-damage. Bit finicky, but it does work. Potentially. So I want to find some way to get Yoshi to hit himself with a shell. Or to squish myself in such a way that I can get Yoshi over to the icicle for the same damage interaction as before. If he's holding the shell, even better, in fact. So here's what we're going to do as Yoshi. Why don't we try to spit this way? Then. Nope. Wrong. I was trying to get the shell to land here while Yoshi goes forward. It's too execution dependent. I feel like that's not the way to go, really, but at the same time, if we actually find a way to do it, where we send Yoshi over to the bottom left and we keep the shell, that does solve the puzzle. I'm pretty sure that solves it, if we can figure out how to make it work. But the float when Yoshi has something in his mouth is a massive problem. We can always put something above Yoshi's head, but we're out of objects at this point, because we're using both the P and the POW to create the Yoshi bridge. Okay, let's try it again. Let's maybe try to find a reliable Yoshi shell position first. Let's play with a shell until we can find a way to handle the shell that will actually save it. Because I feel like we still haven't found a good shell position, and we're going to be wasting our time a lot until we do. Because there's no point in going through the whole puzzle if that shot doesn't work reliably. Because we're not going to RNG it, we're not going to do it based on minor fluctuations of the shell position. We need to find a position that will actually function all of the time. So, we'll just, oops, let's just damage here, it'll be a little easier to manage. Let's just try to find a shell position. Just try to find a shell shot that works. Notice that little bump up on the POW there. Fancy, but maybe not what we need right now. So never mind the Yoshi bridge right now, we just want to figure out the shell shot. We just need to figure it out in a position that will be good. That is the opposite of what I want, except we... No, that is the opposite of what I want. Having the shell go back and forth in that position is great. If we didn't drop Yoshi in this slot, actually, that would have been fine, because then we could take damage to Yoshi again in the bottom slot. So I actually still want to use this central column. Let's try it again, and let's just find a position. If we find it, we are in great shape. We can find a shell shot that always works. Just need to investigate this further. Okay. We'll nudge that over. Come over here. Then... here we go. Make the bridge. Push Yoshi. No, we wanted to grab the POW first, actually. And we'll try to place the POW out of the way. In fact, if we wanted to prevent Yoshi from going down in that slot, we could have done so. Using the POW here. I think, unless Yoshi just falls into the one tile slot, which he might. And we don't want to put the POW in a position where it's not recoverable afterwards. So yeah, let's not do that. Let's try to do things sensibly. But maybe putting the P on the ceiling here would help, because if we... You know what? I don't even need to self-damage necessarily. I just need the shell to be thrown in a good position, and so rather than trying to do self-damage with Yoshi right away, what we should actually do is manually throw the shell and then ride Yoshi down. Or do that and everything will be a bust. Yeah. Yeah, because if I'm worried about self-damage, what I should actually do is just toss the shell as Mario. Oh, that might just outright kill Mario, which is not good. Not what we want. Okay. No, because you need the Yoshi self-damage to get him to run. No, because the idea is that I want to set the shell in a back-and-forth pattern such that I can just land Yoshi beside the shell and then have a very clean Yoshi damage that doesn't disrupt the shell pattern. I'll see if I can explain what that means if I can set it up. But the idea would be, you do this, you go back. You take this. And the idea here is that if I can do a shell throw, but then land Yoshi on top of it, that might solve my problem. Let's get Pow out of the way first. So how does that look? Let's see. We need to be really careful not to pick up the shell though, which is the problem here. And which is why I'm kind of concerned. Yeah, because the problem is that if I'm holding the shell, it's very difficult for me not to pick it up. Unless I have something like the P-switch as a blocking piece, which I could always do. In fact, that might be a really good idea to use the P-switch as a blocking piece, as long as the shell doesn't activate the P-switch from up top. No, I don't like any of those ideas. Let's, So if I were to fire the shell manually, where would I do it? I want it to go below the icicles. Below the icicle here, and I want it to be in that 4-tile slot. Then I want to just land Yoshi beside it, and then Yoshi takes damage in that location. Let's pretend that we've already built the P and Pow bridge. So the P and Pow bridge has to be in place. We can't use that to manipulate Yoshi any further. So far I've been just doing self-damage as Yoshi over here. Might not be the best idea. I think that we spit like... Nope, it goes down. What we can do is we can place the Pow in advance in such a way that if I miss with the shell, we're able to retry. That's one adjustment we can make. We can create a bit of an insurance with P. Again, I doubt this is the actual intended solution. I think we've created more complications for ourselves than is necessary, but as long as we don't lose track of how these complications actually tie into each other, we are fine. And maybe we'll discover a spectacular solution that somehow works. Let's move over here. Take damage. Again, this is just a shell demonstration. It's not my actual solution path. I just want to make sure I can find something that works. Here's how we're going to do it. We're going to place the Pow over here. We'll send Yoshi over. Before we do anything else, I'm going to place the P to prevent a shell hit. So in the event that the shell deflection does not go well. Here's the problem though, is that that's contingent on the expectation that we do not self-damage Yoshi. If we self-damage Yoshi, we need the P bridge to be in place, and we can't actually use this as a stopper. So this would just be usable if I do a shell throw, maybe, but maybe not a... Or I could do a soft drop as Yoshi. Soft drop the shell, and then I just manually kick it. I like that idea, in fact. I've been avoiding a soft drop as Yoshi, but we should soft drop it because that will allow me to get around the flotation issue that we've been seeing throughout. See, because if I just do this, why don't I just go in and kick it? Because I'll probably die. Okay. Let's get Yoshi out of here for the moment. Without nudging him into a pit. Said without nudging him into a pit. This is surprisingly effective as a gate mechanism to prevent all kinds of stuff. Okay, let's grab the shell, but not wear it. Really important I don't wear it. Okay, there we go. This is great, except we haven't made the POW bridge. That's okay, this is a demonstration. The idea is that if we can get the shell to do this, then we take Yoshi through like this. Yoshi goes through, the shell does not. Now, if we build the P and POW bridge, then that's set. Okay, we've got a method. We got a method. Alright. Okay, let's do this. Let's put the whole thing together once again and see if it works. So we've got a way to self-damage Yoshi now that should work consistently. And if it works as consistently as I think it will, we are actually in excellent shape. Because the one adjustment we make is that we build the P and POW bridge, and then we have our method for sending Yoshi over. Okay. We grab the P balloon. We fly past Yoshi and bounce him back. I don't know if I sent Yoshi far enough this time. Might not have. I feel like he could have used an additional bump. No, that's okay. That'll work. Okay, now we use the P balloon to take the damage from below and drop Yoshi so we can melt the ice. Now, a lot of things can still go wrong with this, execution-wise, especially with the P door in the top left, which is still not really successfully tested on my part. Nope. There we go. Okay, good, good. I didn't get stuck on top. Getting stuck on top would have reset the attempt. Go over here. Go up. We move the POW out of the way. We then create the P and POW bridge before we proceed. Very necessary because we will need to go back and forth here. We can't set the shell yet until we've done this. We'll create the P and POW bridge. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, so we create the bridge for Yoshi. It's simple enough, we've done it several times, we just haven't done it in a while. Then we're going to do the soft drop as Yoshi down below. to do the shell deflection. In fact, we don't even need Yoshi to sit in that column if we're doing the soft drop. It might be better to sit Yoshi up top here somewhere. Do a soft drop like this on this column. And then we can kick it a little more easily without as much risk. So let's kick. Whoops. Now, kick speed and throw speed are two different things. We have to remember that maybe one of them causes problems and the other one doesn't. Okay, this will work. This will work. Good. Yoshi runs across. Now, the problem is we have to stop the shell and drop it somewhere safely without wearing it, which is always a difficult proposition. Because we need access to the POW and the P to get them back across. Also, getting the POW across is not something we'll be able to until we wear the shell helmet, which we don't want to do until much later. So we need to stop the shell. We need to not wear it. Very specifically not wear it. Maybe we can soft drop somewhere up here, but it's going to be a little bit finicky, I think. Nope. That's okay. That's okay. I don't mind that. We can still retrieve it in that position. That was not what I was going for, but it's better than nothing. That still feels like a difficult interaction to set up, though. Now, P we know how to handle. We can just throw it across. And this is how things are going to go. We must remember to use Yoshi to grab the coin. In fact, we don't need to worry about the shell hitting the block if we just have Yoshi set up here to begin with. Problem. We need to get the shell across. This is a problem. We need to get the shell across. Yeah, we need to stop the shell. We need the P to do this, because we need to get the shell across and we need to activate it from this side so we have enough time to brace Yoshi with the additional block. That's fine. We can do it. It's okay to remain... it's okay to leave the POW in its current position because we will be able to access it just fine. We do need a shell throw, though. We can probably do a shell throw up here just fine. Yeah, good. Yeah, everything's fine. So we stop the shell and then we kick it again once we are ready. Or we can lift the P out of position, but that seems risky. Let's not die to the shell. Let's not die to the shell. There we go. 100 seconds. We need to pick it up a little bit. Okay, now, here's the moment of truth. We hit the block with the shell. It sends Yoshi up, and then we brace Yoshi from below. Okay. Oh, now we can wear the shell. And then we take the POW. We've got 80 seconds to do this. It feels like there's no way this is the intended solution, but that's okay. I don't care. Okay. Next, we hit the P. We drop the POW. We enter. We solve the puzzle. Well, it seems like we got the logic a long time ago. What we didn't get was just how to position the Yoshi self-damage. It still doesn't feel like it was the intended solution, does it? but we got it. Now, there were reportedly 2 separate solutions to this. We're not going to do them both today. I want to move on to a different one, and we'll probably come back to this one at some point to try to do the other path. I'll need to jot that in my notes, that we need to do the other path, and possibly even see the intended path that was here to begin with. But if we take a look at it quickly, we're not going to do a full attempt on this. I just want to show something. So the alternate path is if you begin with pushing Yoshi to the left. According to the starting room, this is supposed to be easier. And I don't know if that's the case, because the trick here is that you would need to send Yoshi to the right side in order to capture the fire, because that's the main issue here, is that you would probably need to stack 2 objects and then likely do some kind of self-damage, for instance, sending a shell to the right, but then we don't have a way to grab the shell without Yoshi in the first place. Yeah, you'd likely need to create some kind of stack here, and then run across. And we don't currently have a way to get the power across. We can get the P back and forth if we want. And of course, the P balloon is going to be available much later in this path. And perhaps what will happen here is that in this path, the P balloon comes out so late that we use the P balloon to set up the same kind of exit gate that we did in the solution that we found already. Where the path we found uses a shell, the other path might use the P balloon simply because it might be the thing that is activated second. And then, you know, if you have the P balloon, you can just take damage over here and possibly drop in, as long as you take 2 points of damage before you have the P switch expire. I feel like we want to map that out in a separate session, though. I'm pretty happy with the clear that we got today. I do want to do maybe at least one more puzzle that is something completely different, so we're going to exit this one. Also, so it's easier for me to find the ending in the VOD afterwards, because we'll want to take a look at this again. Like I said, not confident at all that we found an intended solution, but the clear check time is about 2:30, and we don't know which solution that is, so it's clearly a pretty lengthy series of interactions either way. Anyway, that's a clear, sort of. And so that's 2 puzzles down today. I feel like we could be doing better than that, so why don't we dial in at least one more? And just give me a moment here while I pull up the code. And hopefully everything is still running well on the stream. So this is a low bud get puzzle. Another one of the low budget series that we've been exploring today. There are actually 2 versions of this puzzle, I think. There was one that was labeled as de-cheesed. That is a more recent revision, but Ape Taster left the original one in place. I think I'll just do the original one, and if we get a clear that does not look like a cheesy clear, then we'll just grab the clear on the newer version as well, perhaps. Assuming there aren't any major revisions, but you never know. I want to do the original contest version anyway, in case we do actually find the cheese is our way out of this. So, work with your Koopa pal to get that pesky Skip Squeak. And this time we'll hopefully not spend 3 hours on it, like we just did with Sir Select. But with Sir Select, I felt like most of the pieces were in place pretty early. We were just kind of missing one component here or there. Okay. Skip Squeak jumps, and we will eventually get a key once we get back into this room. It looks like there's the warp block, but then why is there the Koopa on the other side? Maybe that's just a visual indication of something. Because it looks like dropping in here with a key is going to be all we need. Anyway, let's bump to Skip Squeak. Oh, we have a key. Okay. Ah, I see. This is a fake warp block. The warp block's going to take me somewhere completely different. And then we actually have to interact with this stuff. Yeah, that's exactly it. So, the warp block we see on the top right is likely to be exit. Here's the main body of the puzzle. We have a small selection of objects to work with. We have a door that we don't know how to brace yet. We have a P switch that blocks itself. So actually activating the P switch may require me to run the P over here. We have Koopas that can be reloaded. Which is important because I feel like we may be able to do the thing where we guide a Koopa across. Also, can we do this? No, that doesn't enter. I didn't think so. Notice that we can blow up this to the right. Notice also that no Koopas refresh while the shell is still active and available, which is a really important thing we need to know. The other thing that we should be aware of is that dropping this here will be kind of important. Also, if that's a reset door, what that tells me is that we can kill the Koopa shell at any point using a reset. We'll lose the P switch, and we'll lose access to the spring because we've already dropped it. But it may give me a Koopa in a different position. And it gets me the Koopa in that position, and then we're stuck over here. Okay. Until we reset through this door. Assuming these are matched, which they are. That's fine. So yeah, we have P-switch activate this. So if we get into this door with the P-switch active, if we refresh into the room at all with the P-switch active, then we are prevented from picking up the trampoline. That is probably important. Yeah. So, what we can do is we can take a shell through with us, because if we take a shell through with us, then we prevent the Koopa from spawning. But then we would still need to kill this shell. Okay, I'm going to think about this. However, let's try to remember some 3D world mechanics here. This 3D world obviously doesn't have a spin jump. What we can do... So we know how to kill the shell using the P-switch, but then that doesn't help me if we slow the spring. However, if the P-switch is still active, we can't go through the door. Okay. Also, if we toss this up above, and then we can spin up towards it, we can always reload through here. And that's fine, although it doesn't really give me much in the way of progress. Because we would need to probably drop the spring immediately before the Koopa comes out. Okay, that's fine. That's progress. Now, we might have to do something here that involves spitting out the Koopa and getting it to walk. Why would we want that? Low Bud Get. Because I feel like if we bounce a naked Koopa on top of the spring, that might actually be something helpful. Also, because if the naked Koopa is still up and around and available, we can always lead it around using carrying the shell. So let's try it. Let's just try to kick this guy out. We'll try to bounce. Oh, he's just going to bounce top of me. That's not great. Forward momentum does that kind of thing to you from time to time. So the question, too, is who's holding the key? I think the implication is that Skip Squeak is holding the key. So we need some kind of remote activation on the P-switch, which will still allow me to kill the Skip Squeak here, possibly using a shell deflection. feel like spitting out a Koopa and getting it to walk over to different positions is likely going to be what we have to do here, but let's do what we can first. Let's go into trap. Then you can come up. No point in hitting the P-switch at the moment. We can do this. Yeah, standing on top of the pipe prevents... Well, it doesn't prevent Koopa right now, but we can beat the Koopa to this location to have it spring up, which it does feel like it's something that is a sign of progress, so we should do it. Just going to block the pipe like that. Bounce the guy over. And is there a particular reason we would want to walk him over? I guess if we hit the P-switch. So there is a particular logic here in terms of killing the shell and then leaving a naked Koopa in place and then spawning another shell where we can possibly get a couple of them out at once. In fact, if the naked Koopa is kind of wandering in this area here, he can continuously bounce back and forth, I think, and retain position. So, for example, we take the shell. We can drop it here. No, gotta run away from him properly. He's gonna try to chase the shell down. But the thing I was going for was killing the shell. There's some interesting stuff you can do with having several of them spawn in the open and leading them all with a shell that is left alive. Like, there's... I used to play a lot with the shell homing mechanisms in the editor, and I wish I remembered half the mechanics that I actually found in there, because some of them are maybe more useful than others. The actual purposes of level design. Oh, whoops. Well, I mean, that's a fun position, but not what we're going for. I feel like one other thing we can do, too, is to figure out how we could potentially deflect that P-switch to get it lower down. So either we send some kind of shell careening towards the Skip Squeak and killing it, or we send something towards the P-switch and activate that instead, but the Skip Squeak jumping around makes me wonder. Whoops, no. Yeah. Let's go down, let's drop this once again. Yeah, I feel like we can do this. He's suspended in position. If he's suspended in position, he can't actually walk over. Oh, yes, he can. But he's stuck. That's fine. Because that means we can go up to the P-switch and kill it. And then watch this. We kill it, we'll get another spawn. This will not help at the moment. Because I'll be stuck. Until we refresh through the door. But it's an interesting way to get multiples of these guys in the wild. I feel like using the P-switch to kill the shell is something that we're going to have to use at some point, but that maybe this isn't the way it's going to happen. Right. What happens if I just drop this? Yeah, nothing. It just bounces off him. That's 3D world for you, and that's how those collisions work. I wonder about those clouds to the right of the Skip Squeak as well. I'm thinking about ways in which we could potentially move to Skip Squeak. We would need some kind of remote activation on the P-switch for sure, though. We don't really have that yet. But what we can do is we can do some kind of shell throw on a top level. which we haven't really considered yet. Whoop, no. We should actually bounce on top of the spring if we're going to do anything silly like that. Here's something we can do. If we extract a Koopa, and we place a shell up top, we might be able to potentially direct the Koopa up to the top layer. Why would that be helpful? Because potentially we could get it to and do a remote P-switch activation for us. So the question right now is who activates the P-switch? That's really important. Who activates the P-switch? Well, because it makes sense if the P-switch is remotely activated, then I personally come through here, kill the Skip Squeak, and get out. But it's either that or you have a shell that's bouncing back and forth, and the shell gets to Skip Squeak and collects the key for me, and then we run up top past the P-switch gate. But then we need to think about how to make that work. I don't really see a good solution right now for hitting the P-switch myself from a distance. But suppose we place this over here, just to make something comfortable. I wonder if we can do a shell throw up top that doesn't send me up top. That's the idea behind what we're going for. We totally missed it.
Oh no!
We'll try a couple of different things just to experiment. Okay. I feel like it's going to be that Koopa and shell logic where we use the shell to position the Koopas. And have them rejoin a shell at some point. Like, it's going to be something involving that mechanic. And possibly involving multiple Koopa spawns, although we don't really know. We need to think about whether there is another way to kill a shell other than doing this. There kind of is, actually. One way to kill a shell is just to hit it from below with a block. That's actually really important to know, that we can just... no, that doesn't do it. We know that doesn't do it, actually. But if we can get a shelled Koopa in this kind of position, then we can deflect it in a way that will do a shell wake-up. And maybe doing the wake-up is actually what we're going for. Because then if we take a Koopa that's still inside its shell, and we dump it on top, for instance, doesn't quite go as high as I'd like, but eventually you get it in its wake-up animation, and then would walk across. What if you had a Koopa wake up, like, under the P-switch? And how would we manage that? How would we get it to be in this specific position? If we have a shell placed here, and we have a Koopa walk over here and get inside the shell, then it wakes up and hits the P-switch. I bet it does that. I bet it does that. The trick is to actually get a Koopa to go up there, which may be difficult. I like this idea. That we somehow get a Koopa to bounce all the way up there. Or we just deflect it. You know what? We can test this out. There are ways to test this out. Okay. Let's get this guy out of the way. When we drop a spring over here, you get a Koopa coming up. It's going to walk around in the middle section. We need to loop around with a spring first, I think. Okay, that's going to bounce. That's great. Notice that if we use the P-switch while the Koopa's standing on top of this block, then we just drop him down to the lower level. Then he's able to walk over to the left side. If he walks over to the left side, he's only going to bounce this far, though. That's not far enough. Let me think about this, because we need to get a naked Koopa to rejoin the shell up top. If we can get this Koopa over to the bricks, then we can hit it from below, and then we can place it up top and be done with that. But we're not really able to do that at the moment. However, if I eject the Koopa this way. That's not how you eject a Koopa that way. Can I eject it far enough to send it to the other side? Let's think about that. Yeah, I want a Koopa that's going to be intact, but one that I can carry. The only way to do that is to hit the bricks underneath. I'm not using the slide here on the slope either. I feel like the slide on the slope is actually pretty important. Like if you are in a sliding state, whoop, oh, and you just squish it. Okay. No need for the P-switch. Oh, that's interesting that I can just squish it. Look at that. Interesting that you just slide and squish it against a wall and that kills it. Yeah, that's just a sliding kill actually. That's all it is. Which means I don't actually need to reset with the spring. Get all the way across because you just slide into it and it dies. Here's an interesting thought. Do the slide to bump something at some point. Even here, for instance, where you just... nope, that's going to be a little too far. Whoop. Let's not step in there. Okay, let's take this out. Alright. So we know how to kill the shell by sliding. That's important. What if we got a Koopa down at... No. We do need a Koopa to just walk into this position, but do we have a way to do that while having a spring be alive? That's the question. Because we would normally need a spring to be in this position, and it would become unobtainable at that point. So then, if the spring is already used in this position, how do we get a Koopa to walk over to this location here? Potentially, if we have a Koopa... Well, let's see here. Let me just slide this out of the way first, and we'll see, because maybe that's not the appropriate location in a slope, but you get what I mean. Try it again. Yeah, it's always going to be a little bit trapped there. But yeah, you can always just kill the shell. And why would I want to at the moment? So this P block here is interesting because it strongly implies that you can use a P-switch to reposition a Koopa and have it drop. Also, the thing I'm not considering with a P-switch is this. Notice that all of the bricks in the bottom right do turn into coins. So they are all just normal bricks, and we know that. We've confirmed that. And we've broken them before. That's part of what confirms that as well. But the thing that makes that interesting that if you hit a P-switch, you drop the red shell, you have it walk around to the bottom level, possibly you can have it spring around a little bit. The idea is that I somehow want to have the... I want to have a Koopa walking here, if I can. That would be the ideal. We can do that in a number of ways. We can have one walking up here, which we know how to set up, and we hit a P-switch and then it goes down and it walks. But if we hit the P-switch at that point... So one thing we haven't really examined yet is when you hit a P-switch and go back through the door, although that's because we haven't found a piece to brace this entrance. Seems like the implication is that the Skip Squeak is definitely holding the key itself, but... So, in terms of the first interaction, carrying the shell does block the pipe from spawning more shells, we know that. Oh, whoops. Bad deflection on the wall. Carrying the spring through allows me to get it out of its wall. We can use it to launch Koopas nice and early, although I'm not sure that's actually the best use of it. Notice too that as these are spawning, possibly you can bop them. Notice that also there's a little bit of a wake up here when these guys stand up. I really feel like the wake up hitting the P is the thing that we're going for. Which means we need to send one upstairs. Means we need to place a shell and have a Koopa slowly walk over. And yeah, we keep running into trouble here with the deflections. Okay, much better. Complete with cat spawn, all that. Now, why is Skip Squeak anyway? If we're traversing the middle ourselves, as it looks like we may want to do. Well, let's go back to the starting interaction that we had tried. So, nothing's going to happen if you try to hit the P-switch and then go. You do need to come through here first. Koopa comes out. Yeah, let's try to walk the Koopas over the way that we did previously. So we'll come here, we'll drop this down below. It's going to bounce. We don't really have a good way of dealing with this guy. Also, he doesn't get me quite high enough to make it all the way up top. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. He's going to walk off, though. Also, he's going to be totally stuck there. What do we drop this? Or we can kill the shell. But if we kill the shell here, no, that's not really going to do much. And he's on the slope, so I can't use the slope for the kill move. Because ideally I wanted this guy to walk over. Interestingly enough, because of the way the P-switch works, every time you reload through this room, the coins that you've taken out here stay destroyed. Which means that potentially, if we eliminate some of the top row, it would stay eliminated and would be able to, for instance, eject a Koopa across. In fact, every time we destroy bricks, they're just going to stay destroyed. So if we, for example, did this... Oh. That's not too great, but we don't even need to hit the P-switch. We just come back here and we create this kind of situation. Now the problem is that we don't want this block destroyed. What we actually wanted was for the Koopa to land on top, maybe. So we eject a Koopa and then we kind of freeze it in position. I feel like there's a lot that we can do with this stuff that hasn't been sufficiently examined. The fact that that state persists through the reset, I think, is something that's probably a lot more useful than we've realized just yet. Okay. Hang on. Let's try it again. Right, so we can take this through. Yeah, we can send this guy through. So the idea would be that we eventually have the Koopa ejected in a position that would allow him to maybe walk over here. We don't even need to eliminate the bottom blocks in order to get to the spring, in fact. We can just eliminate the top ones and then we retain the wall in its initial position. I don't know if that works. But anyway, we can just get him to walk and walk and walk. P-switch wouldn't do anything worse to kill that guy, but then no Koopa spawn because the shell is still out and about, so... This does lead to some interesting possibilities, though. I still think that's approximately what we're going for, is that we actually do want a shell wake up to activate the switch for me. We haven't tested it yet, whether the shell wake up is able to do that, but that's because we haven't been able to get a live shell up top, or even a naked Koopa up top, which seems to be important here. So, for example, if we did this, it's not quite what I wanted. Notice that you bounce like this. You're able to get... are you able to get up top? Yes, you are. And that's important because that's a position where you're also able to recover the spring. Take out the Koopa. I feel like there might be some object bounces here that we need to take advantage of in the long term. But anyway, the idea should be that we can destroy this. Possibly we just put this kind of in a half-tile position. I think that just blocks the pipe, though. That doesn't do anything useful for me. Pretty sure it blocks the pipe. I get a new spawn over here. You can always spit this guy to the left. And you can get him to walk this way. This is interesting. Okay, then he rejoins the shell that way. Maybe you get him to rejoin a shell on his way up. That. Hang on, no. Every time we do that, we'll just reset the shell. But you know there are ways to get multiple Koopas out, of course. We just need to lead a whole bunch of them out like lemmings. It's very sad. So, for example... Oh, nope. Nope. Well, that does something. Not quite what I wanted, but... Have I trapped him on the right side, maybe? But anyway, we can definitely take these out as much as we want. And we can always spawn more, but the problem is that they bounce up towards me immediately. Yeah, because as soon as you bounce one out, the one on the right's going to try to walk over. But he's kind of in his exhausted animation. Or disappointed animation. Doesn't quite help. I can't quite get out of that position. There's a issue here. We can, however, reposition the Koopa over here. I mean, in general, if we don't trap the Koopas down there, we might have some things we can do. So, for example, we can set this one down. Oh, no, he's going to drop on me.
Oh, no.
Totally stuck there. Wasn't expecting him to get out of position like that. Okay. Nope, that's going to eliminate everything. Just cutting through cleanly when I actually just wanted to hit the top block. Oh, whoops. No, bad idea. Stop the shell, kick the shell. That was the end of that. Okay. What if we took this guy? Nope. No matter what, the deflection pattern is just not going to be too cooperative here. Let's get the shell out of here. Drop it. Drop this guy. I feel like I'm a little bit locked into this pattern of putting the spring there when there are many other positions it could be that are probably much more useful. Also, putting the Koopa there. Yeah, it traps it on that side. We can slide through the shell and be careful about not sliding through the Koopa, perhaps. And that just trap it. And trap a whole bunch of these. There is a limit to how many you can do this with, I think, but... we might want to get rid of this one. Hang on. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Although, this makes an interesting cycle. This makes an interesting cycle because potentially it might actually get me up to the skip squeak. What if you just have a shell deflection cycle? Why didn't we try that earlier? Where we just have a shell cycling back and forth? And P-switch can manipulate its position. Notice that these shells have a way of deflecting off the side of the sideways trampolines as well, because this is a 3D world and that's just how it works. That this creates a collision. This is something we have not used so far. The fact that you can use those for collision. And that's something very 3D world specific that might be useful here. Anyway, we know how to get a couple of different Koopas out. We don't know how to send them up top yet, though, and have them rejoin a shell up there. So, for example, if we just actually soft drop for once.
Oh, no.
Too close. Don't want to do that. Yeah, to wake up, I think definitely hits the P. Because we don't know how to get the guy up there yet. Because it is possible to get the shell and the P to arrive there separately. That's not how to do it. We can always place this over here. Nope. I feel like it's going to be something like this, that we place this in a position where it's going to do a loop, and eventually we get it into a position where the shell is able to continue and hit the skip squeak after an activation of the P-switch, perhaps. I feel like it's not going to be that simple. I think it's going to be something involving the Koopas. Now we'll see if I'm actually able to stay long enough today to finish this one. We may have to adjourn this one. Yes, we are a little past the 4-hour mark at this point. We don't seem to be making too much progress. But that's okay. We made a pretty big accomplishment with the puzzle immediately preceding this one, so not too dejected about that. There are a lot of interactions we haven't really even tried yet. We know these two doors are matched. We don't really have anything to stand on top of for the door entry. We haven't taken advantage of potentially dropping a walking Koopa through this P-block, which is something that I think will be quite important. I do think the slope and the ability to kill the shell with the slope is actually pretty important here. We haven't figured out how to take advantage of that yet, even with the ability to spawn multiple Koopas. We can do this. Pop this guy. Look at that, we can trap him over there, but then what do? Nothing too useful. You can always pop more of these. It doesn't really appear to help. No,
Oh, no.
sends me too far. Too finicky. I don't think that's going to be it. Not that position anyway. It might be something similar. I feel like the slide is going to be a useful interaction at some point. But we just haven't figured out when to drop something through this P-switch here. Or even who's activating what. If I'm activating a P-switch, I'm basically counting on some kind of automated interaction that is going to perhaps lead to a Koopa swinging over to the Skip Squeak and killing it, and everything coming together. Then the P-switch deactivates, I have the key, I get out. But I think we need to set up some kind of cycle with a shell then. And I somehow doubt it. I think the whole idea of leading the naked Koopa with a shell is actually something that we should be doing here. And I just haven't figured out what form that's going to take. The presence of a Skip Squeak itself is kind of odd. Because one thing we haven't really determined is why is it a Skip Squeak specifically? Usually you would try to set up something like a switch activation with them perhaps, but it's not in position to do that at all, so. Notice that for all the 3D Worlds of Crazy Collisions, some things do not collide. Jump up to the left. Well, let's try to set up a cycle again. Just to prove what that's like. Yeah, so it does cycle through safely. At no point is it actually going to hit the Skip Squeak though, and even if the P-switch is activated, I don't think that really helps the pattern. I'm thinking about whether we can set up a different cycle. One that keeps it in suspension, but prevents it from going down to the lower level. Yeah, it cycles faster when it does that. That's still clearly not a cycle we're looking for. Feels like we really haven't made any headway with this one. The deflections are fun, but not particularly useful at the moment. I still think the idea should be to get a Koopa upstairs. And we need to figure out how to disable it from there. And we need to figure out how to get a Koopa up there without necessarily dropping the spring in this position. Like, for instance, by getting a naked Koopa to walk down to this level and then bouncing up. But we need to get one to spawn in this position to begin with, which is not that easy.
Oh, no.
Okay. Yeah. I'm still not quite confident in what the first step should be in terms of which interaction we should be going for to lead the rest of the way. There doesn't seem to be any kind of point in taking a shell through the door with us. over the P-switch reset. At least if there is, I don't see it. Now the thing is that we've been using the slope so far, but the nice thing about the P-switch interaction destroying the shell is that you're able to do it remotely from up top, which means that you could potentially set up some kind of pattern here. I feel like what we actually want to have happen is we want to have multiple shells available. We know how to have multiple Koopas available, but not multiple shells. So, supposing we take a shell with us, I don't think that affects the spawns, because the shell still blocks off the pipe. Unless there's some very specific edge case we don't know. Okay, we can drop the shell up top. We can get Koopas to run over all day and night, but that's still not going to eject them in a direction I want. You can kill the shell now, but then another one's going to spawn in this position here. I can bounce that on top of another shell, but that doesn't open up the pipes, first of all, and secondly, you need to kill the shell in order to get the spawns you're looking for. So we'll place a shell, no, somewhere here. Nope, none of that's going to work. Red Nye, welcome. Okay, Koopa's going to follow me in here. It's going to be dejected. If it's stuck there, then we can kill the shell as before. Maybe we should just get some kind of mass collision of Koopas over there. Oh, whoops. As you can see, they just get crowded there, and much too crowded to actually work with. Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
This one hurts. It seems so simple, but you don't see any stress. Yeah, it's difficult for me to determine what the first step will be, because there are a lot of different really specific interactions you can do with leading unshelled Koopas using shells. So, for example, the thing I can show off to you, I've tested with some of this. I've tested some of these interactions before, where if you kill the shell and you have multiple unshelled Koopas on the field, then you can get them all to follow a single shell. So the thing I think I'm supposed to aim for here is to get a Koopa entering a shell under the P-switch, and the Koopa wakes up, and the wake up should activate the P-switch. If the wake up activates the P-switch, then I go through the middle, I kill the Skip Squeak myself, I get the key, I exit. The problem is that we don't know how to get that set up. We know how to get a Koopa within its shell like this, but the Koopa needs to be inside, right? And I don't know how to get it into this position to begin with. And the one thing that I had thought about is maybe breaking this corner block. But the problem with that is that everything breaks really quickly. So that might not be it, simply because... Oh, you know what? If we're concerned about net breaking, I think maybe the thing we should have considered is using the spring as a blocking piece. Okay, let's try it again. So we're going to have to open at the bottom, but I want to not break the middle block. So let's say, for example, that we trap it here such that the shell doesn't go down any further. Oh, no. Let's say we trap it like this, so we get a friendlier shell deflection. Like this. Nope, because it's still going to blow up both of these. The thing I'm going for is that I eventually need to spring in this position in order to get more Koopas to spawn. And if I can get a naked Koopa to unshell up here, and then rejoin a shell in this corner. Jump up, get on top, and then I bob it from below. Then I have a way to get a shelled Koopa in position up here. Then I just unshell it again and just try to place the shell here. But the problem is that if I'm up here at all, I run into trouble, because if I try to do some kind of setup up here, I can't actually get back down. Koopa can't activate a P-switch? I'm not sure. I think the wake up might. But I don't know in 3D world if that's the case. I feel like you're probably right in that it doesn't. I was sort of hoping that the wake up animation when a Koopa rejoins the shell or wakes up within the shell might be able to do something, because sometimes those jumps actually, well, those activations actually count as something that will collide the way you want. We know how to use this slope here to get some kills, but I feel like we want to do something about that brick pattern on the right, possibly using coins actually, just because P-switch activation would give me that. For example, let's say we just... here's the problem. If we activate the P-switch, we can't actually go through the door. That's a huge issue, because I want to just take out maybe this corner piece right here. I want to not destroy this middle block. Not sure how I can guarantee that. Because every time I come and deflect this, it seems like the middle block just dies instantly because of the deflection off this wall here. So one thing we could do is we drop this. I don't think this works though. I think it's just going to die on me once again. The reason I want to take out the corner piece is so I can eventually spit a Koopa into that location. Maybe if I place this here. Okay, that's actually good. That works. I'm amazed that works. Then here's what we're going to do next. We're going to, first of all, get out of here. We're going to spit a Koopa into this location, and then we're going to have it rejoin a shell there if we can. So what we'll do is we'll destroy the shell. We're going to be stuck after that, but I do want to see if this much of the interaction actually works. Whoa. Bad idea. There we go. Try to slide into this guy. Okay, there we go. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to spit this guy. Nope, we don't want to kill it outright. I do want it to wake up into the shell, though. So I possibly need to place the shell to its right. Nope. Hang on. It's kind of difficult for me to get it into the position I... Nope. I want it there. I just wanted to wake up, and I wanted to rejoin the shell on top. It's not getting into position. Maybe if I do this. And then, no, that's just gonna die. I need more room for that to stand. Then. But I want, at some point, a shelled Koopa to land on top of this series of blocks here. Don't see how to do that yet. Because the only objects I can take with me through the door are the spring and shell. No point in taking a shell because you just don't get any more respawns. We take this guy out. Maybe he's able to cross all the way through. No, that's not what I want. I want to jump over him. Okay. So, he's able to cross the gap like that. Maybe. If he's able to cross the gap like that, maybe I can get him shelled in that position. Tricky. Too tricky. I feel like this is too finicky a sequence to actually be it. Okay. Let's go right up against this. That's good. We want to kill the shell. Have another one spawn. Grab this guy here. Alright, why don't we bit this to the left and have him chase me from that side instead? Is he going to run across? Nope. Need him to run an additional step instead of falling through the gap. Now we're basically trapped. Unless I get him to enter. Now we're actually trapped.
Oh no!
Okay, it's probably not going to be this corner piece thing here. But again, the thing I'm trying to go for is I want to get the Koopas up there somehow. Which may not be right. It may be that I'm just supposed to press the P-switch myself and then have a Koopa shell cycle kill the Skip Squeak somehow. I think perhaps maybe the way I'm supposed to work this is to get the shell deflection to go up, and then I jump with the Skip Squeak to get the Skip Squeak to actually die to a shell that's careening around. So I may be massively overcomplicating this. Which happens often enough.
Oh no!
But we don't know how that setup is going to work yet. Do the same but remove 2 blocks. Not sure about that. I don't know if it'll help to get the shell with the Beach Koopa inside it. Yeah, that's the thing, is I need to get it into a position where I'm actually able to deflect it. Maybe getting it on top of the bricks is not the right way to think about it. Yeah, you can always spawn more. Yeah, because I want to get it on top here so we can bump it. But then the spring is already expended in this location, and that's the main issue I'm dealing with, is that we don't have a good way to get anything to walk across without spending the spring in a location where I can't recover it. Notice that I can kill it with a ground pound as well. We've been sliding into it the whole time when I can also kill it with a ground pound. Notice that you can do instant kills on any of the Koopas with a ground pound. That might actually be helpful. But yeah, we can kill the shells at any time. We've got lots of options. I should have considered this much earlier, in fact. And then if you cycle this around, it's going to destroy a bunch of blocks, but what if you just had a Koopa walk around here? You have the shell maybe going back and forth somehow, and then you get it to land in such a fashion that a P-switch activation will launch it up somehow. Not sure. Anyway, shell's gonna sit here. Spit it out, take it upstairs. Not seeing it. It seems like we still haven't really made the first major breakthrough. Get it to deflect round and round and land it here, but now the issue is just getting more to respawn in a way that will actually allow me to take them forward. So for example, let's say we ground pound in this location here. What if I manage to hit them somehow as they're coming out? Except the pipe is being blocked. One thing I could do whoops, I was trying to ground pound into that. That was not what I intended. Is get one to start to spawn and then maybe do some kind of spring drop next to it. Nope, once again I have to ground pound, not spin. Should remember that. We're flagging a little bit here. Yeah, we can kill the ground pound. We can kill the shell with a ground pound at any point. The P-switch is the bigger issue, perhaps. Because is there a way that maybe the spring can be recoverable after I've spent it on bouncing Koopas out of the pipe? If we bounce the Koopas out of the pipe, we can send them to the left. We can always send naked Koopas pretty high up, but not where I'm looking. I'm just thinking of where... First of all, I still don't know how to use this thing here. Maybe it's if you have a Koopa walking around. I'm always getting stuck in that position though, so... Stick this here. See what happens. Nope. Maintaining an item suspension, probably not the thing that we're doing. Yeah, because if you do some kind of deflection like this, nope, it just flex. The idea is that if you can maybe drop the trampoline on top of something with the P-switch, or maybe even drop a shell on top of a trampoline. Or have somebody walking in the middle. Like you have somebody just walking over. Problem with that, to get that to happen in the first place, trampoline must be in this position here. Which is a problem, because if you have it in this position, then you're able to have someone gonna walk over, you hit the P-switch, even if it's a red Koopa, they fall over, they can get projected out. They are red Koopas, they should remain stationary at some point. Yeah, this isn't going to help. We may have to call this one for the time being, but there are, like I said, there's a second edition of this, and I wonder if there's something we're missing that we can research here. So there's a D-Cheese version. I don't know what the difference is. But this one also has an extremely low clear rate. 1 clear, in fact. By Sir Schlecht, who made the previous puzzle. If we look at this one for comparison, maybe... Oh, and there's a small hint in comments. Do we want to see it? I don't know about that. I don't like taking hints, but... You can get a Koopa out and keep the spring... Ground pounding destroys shells. Yeah. We know that. None of this is really anything we haven't already explored. You can get a Koopa out, keep the spring. Get a Koopa out. I wonder what that means. We can take a look at this one briefly to see maybe what we can eliminate, but... This looks the same so far. Let's just see what is different about this so we can just eliminate something. Oh, cloud here. That's interesting. And something with the P gate previously didn't work either. Maybe even the Koopa wake up, because now you can see that the P switch actually locks and kills everything around it, which means there was some kind of way to cheese the interaction there that we didn't know about previously. Ah, no, I see. I see what the P does. Is that this prevents something from falling through all the way down here once the P switch has been activated. So maybe this was relevant here. We'll have to think about this. Because if dropping an object all the way down to the slope is not going to be it, we can eliminate that, assuming that the solution is still roughly the same. And I wonder if the wake up with the P-switch is still going to be anything similar, given that there's a very aggressive effort here to block things off on this end, suggesting that some kind of remote activation of an object having the whole run of this place was probably not the approach we needed. Because maybe it's just a manual station for me to operate. And that we need to do some kind of elaborate setup that will activate from the P-switch and, you know, have some kind of cycle of moving parts going around. But fundamentally, I still don't really know what to do with the fact that I seem to consistently lose the spring when getting a Koopa out. I guess maybe that's the thing the hint was trying to tell me, was that it was possible to get a Koopa out while keeping the spring. Then by getting it out, does it mean having it exit that initial position? And then as in getting it out of here and keeping the spring. Because that seems to be a big issue that I'm running into. Is that we seem to always be losing the spring in this bottom location. And there's some way to get the Koopa that we're not seeing. If you can get the Koopa out and keep the spring, then how do we keep the spring? Let's think about that. Is there a way to maybe force myself to do an overlap that would put me into ground position with a spring? Yeah, this works, but nothing's going to spawn in that location. Yeah, unless I have some way... I don't think I can raise it at all in a way that doesn't also block the pipe. So we're missing something here. The Koopa is able to walk across. Some way of filling this gap in a way that is recoverable. And of course 3D collisions, 3D world collisions being what they are.
Oh no!
One more look at, I think I'm going to call it for today, simply because we've been taking way too long with puzzles. But that's okay, we got 2 really satisfying solves before this one. A bit of a slower day, didn't get through anywhere close to what I planned, but... And yeah, Red Knight is pretty much exactly what we've been dealing with, just a red shell coasting everywhere all day. So red shell needs to die in order for something to spawn. We know how to do that. We can do slides, ground pounds, etc. What we don't know is how to use the spring and still fish it out of this position. Maybe it's something P-switch related, maybe it's not. Or maybe the spring isn't the thing we should be using for this in the first place, and that there's something else we have overlooked. Won't be something like this. We know that is not how springs work. Doing the bounce is nice, but it's not going to give me a respawn. afraid I don't see it. That opens up. Still thinking about that shell. What do we do with it? We can destroy it, we can pick it up, we can take it through. None of this seems to add value to the shell. We've played around with kicking a couple of the passengers out at once. That doesn't seem to do anything either. Okay, I think we do have to log for today. And this will need a lot more thought, so. 2 solves out of 3 today. We had some really, really long puzzles. We've been on this one for about an hour, and I still don't really know the first interaction to it. I don't think we've figured that out yet. It's about a minute clear check time. We're missing something probably obvious. Yeah, a lot of good players having solved it so far. To experiment a little bit with and think about this, because I think probably kicking multiple Koopas out of the shell is going to be part of it, and leading a Koopa around without the shell is something that seems fairly likely here, but yeah, work with your Koopa pal to get that pesky Skip Squeak. Let me dive in and take one more look here before we actually get out for real. So it looks like it is significantly going to be about Koopa repositioning. It's just that we haven't figured out how to merge it back into the shell yet. We can get the Koopa out using the spring. It's going to go in the middle section. If we ever spit it out, we know how to merge it back together again. And it can walk in a certain position. What we don't really have is a way to retain the spring out in the open while we have a Koopa walking across in an interactable location. Like, I just don't know how to make the Koopas cross without expending the spring, and that's just a central thing that must be figured out for anything else to work here. Could it be something P-Switch related? We know we can drop in on this end. We know we can reset with a ground pound anytime we want. Koopas kind of come out in that initial position. I feel like that's not really going to interact with anything either. Yeah, it's going to come down. I wonder if we can have it come down in a way that will... Nope, dropped it by mistake. Here's one thing we can do. I may have an insight here. This is going to look slightly suicidal, but it may work. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop, and then I'm going to duck underneath. And then I can pick it up again. Let's block the pipe first of all. We'll drop, and we're going to duck underneath, and maybe it'll bounce in a way that's safe. There we go. There we go. We got it. That's the thing we've been looking for the past hour. And I was just about to exit out of this too. I may still exit out of this fairly soon, but we got it. We got it. Because then we can eject. Okay, we don't need to reset through the door at all then. We can just... Oh. Not the best position over there, though. But we can always... Well, kill this guy. That's okay, because we know how to do this now. We can stand here so we can block the pipe. Nope. I was trying to ground pound, we just missed. Okay, okay. We made such a huge breakthrough, though. This is the interaction I've been looking for the whole time. That's a huge breakthrough, and we had to ride it. Right on the brink of abandoning this. But no, we've got an idea. Duck. That's the whole interaction. And I missed. Hang on. We could just reset through the door, of course, but... And we pick up and we take it back out. 3D world collisions being what they are. We need to do this again. Okay. Big breakthrough. Okay, we need to make sure we actually grab the spring on our way out. And we can do a kick. I think what we want to do is actually place the spring over here. Nope, we don't want to kill it like that. We want it to rejoin up top. It should be able to do so. It's going to be a little bit fussy, but we can do it. And of course, that pit is not the only location where we can do the drop and duck, if need be. There might be a number of locations here where we do that. Yeah, a very clever interaction. I'm quite pleased with that. We need to find a clean position to do this, though. Yeah, ultimately I think we need to get to Koopa up top. Or just bounce it beside the Skip Squeak instead. In fact, if we drop it here... we can hit the P. Koopa can kind of go down with it. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Hang on. Let's kill it. Let's start over. Get it to walk over to Skip Squeak, but I don't think the walking interaction is what I need here. Okay. There we go. Yeah, notice that drop with a head bump too. That might be something useful eventually. Because even if we get the Koopa to walk over, I can't actually get back down. So I still think maybe deflecting here is not a bad idea. But we'll need to be extra careful. Especially because we can't really walk through this area here. So for example, this is not going to be the solution, but I just want to show you where the Koopa is going to go. Oh no, it's a red Koopa, it's not going to walk. It needs to be on top of the P. And it's not going to be on top of the P if the spring is on top of the P. Let's... hang on. We can do it. After missing the obvious for so long. Okay. Hang on. Toss it. Whoop, get out. Grab this guy. Then we can walk him over with the P-switch. But the problem is that if I hit the P-switch, I'm trapped upstairs. And I have to hit the P-switch last when the rest of the interactions have run their course. I'm not sure we have that yet. Well, we can spit the Koopa over. Get into this location, but the problem is, of course, that we'll likely accidentally hit it. Nope, he's gonna run down. However, it was possible to reposition the Koopa into this location here. And that might be fine. That might actually be okay. Because if it's on this block here, maybe we can spit it out and move into an ever more advantageous location. Let's see. Also notice that if it's bouncing on top here, we could potentially project it upwards like this with that slide. Now, this slide is still potentially useful if we want to do a bit of an extra bump. Okay, that's going to bounce. Maybe place it here again. There's a little bit of finicky position. No, yeah, because we just don't have a good timing to place this. However, what do we drop like that, where potentially, I mean, as long as we don't kill it on the way. And then, yeah, actually, I think I want the spring to be here. Because then I can just go under. I don't know about that. The positioning is a little bit weird. Okay. Because let's say I position this in the middle first. No, because it just bounces all the way over. I feel like if we positioned the spring a little differently, it actually could have bounced all the way over. Like if we placed it here instead. I think there was a lot of potential there. We just needed to change the positioning slightly. Okay, now we're kind of clear. Because it definitely bounces forward. There's some horizontal momentum here, so if we just place it like this. And then we need to make sure the Koopa doesn't actually run over too soon. No, it's too far. Nope, and of course he insists on running around that way. Did I end up being Search Selects puzzle? Yes, I did. I don't know if it was an intended solution, but we got it. Left or right. And welcome, Brukowski. Hope you got a good night's sleep in the process of my solving puzzles. This one stuck me for the longest time. It took me a very long time to realize what I could do with the initial spring positioning here to get additional spawns. Like, I was looking at this for about an hour before we saw this interaction and made it happen. So yeah, if you kick and you leave the spring here, Koopa's going to bounce, but it's going to bounce into this spot here. However, one potential thing you could do to correct for that is to eliminate this corner block. But I want the Koopa to wind up on top of here somehow, so we have a shell that I can take with me. You would normally be sleeping now, but your body finally has come to a stomach bug plaguing your house. That is not pleasant. That does not sound fun. Okay. But yeah, we only solved one route on the Searchlights puzzle, but we did solve it. A lot of the time spent was actually just finding a setup to accurately damage myself with Yoshi. I spent way too much time trying to do it, and it just took me a little bit to get it together. But in terms of the actual puzzle solving for the thinking involved for what I was trying to do with it, that was an interesting dash out at ground pound. I guess it was the slided direction, but that deflection was curious. Yeah, basically the execution took me a long time to figure out, but I had the right idea for a long time. Oh, I didn't manage to grab it. Oh, we have 80 seconds. I was just about to bail on this one when we found the crouch interaction here that seems to be the key to the first thing you do in the level. I was just about to bail on this, so I don't really know if I'll be staying on much longer to solve this the whole way through, but I'm glad we stuck with it long enough to find this. And then I need to figure out where to go from here, because you can hit the P-switch and bounce the Koopa up, but I don't see why you would. The Koopa would end up next to the Skip Squeak, perhaps. You can use the Skip Squeak to make some kind of collision with the Koopa happen. So, for example, we drop the Koopa when it's on top of the P. Nope, it's not it. Not high enough. I was really hoping that would be it, because then if you can get the Koopa to walk around on Skip Squeak level, maybe there's some interaction there that you haven't figured out, especially with the clouds. Yeah, the thing I was hoping for was some kind of Koopa wake-up to activate the P-switch. I don't know if that actually works, because the collision rules in 3D World are pretty finicky, but I still haven't determined if it's me activating the P or the Koopa activating the P. I think it has to be me, but if it is, then we need to get Koopa to interact with the Skip Squeak over here. We don't have that yet. Anyway, Koopa... Yeah, we can do this, but it's way too finicky. And I really just don't believe it's going to be true. Nope, you see. Like, maybe if I drop the shell really carefully, but no, it's just going to be thrown. Unless you do some kind of drop here, for instance. Interesting. That if you drop like that on the side, and this is a very weird collision rule. course, we weren't considering sliding through here, and possibly you can get the Koopa to walk over to this side. There's a sound effect on the bottom brick block, just not on the others. Yeah, if you mean the cat sound effect when the bottom one gets swatted. Might just be an intended breakage. Which Schleck puzzle did I beat? It's the low-budget puzzle. I'm trying to remember its name now, considering we were on it for so long. It's the one that's marked as low-budget puzzle from back in June. Oh, the left and right Yoshi puzzle, or something like that. Red Knight, that's the one to look for. It's called left or right Yoshi puzzle because there are two routes. One where you start going left, one where you start going right. And we beat the one going right. And it did kind of feel like I came up with a hacky solution, but it worked, so. You haven't played that one before? Yeah, it's something that took time. It took me a while to figure out, and even after I figured it out, the execution took a long time to set up. In a way that I was satisfied with. And that's what makes me think I didn't find the intended solution. Was there were a few things with the execution that probably weren't supposed to be that difficult. Or maybe I just chose poor methods for doing things, which is always possible. We can always eject something on this side. Maybe we should be doing that instead. I keep thinking about putting the Koopa up here because I want to bop it from below with the Koopa still intact in the shell. And that's the way I've been thinking about it. Maybe that's not the right way to think about it. Yeah, so it's able to come back up and pop in. This piece, which is still an interesting interaction, though, I think it's definitely some mechanism to drop things. Even with the Koopa in the shell, you don't know what to do with it, yeah. Yeah, because I can't seem to get it somewhere interesting. Because even if I try to set up a wake-up in this location, I mean, I can't be up here, right? Like, between myself and the Koopa, one of us has to be in the top row and one of us has to be in the middle. And we can't be occupying the same row because both interactions need to be conducted. And I can potentially bounce the Koopa up here, but I don't know what to do with it at that point, other than finding some kind of weird collision rule with a skip squeak where they annihilate each other somehow. And even so, I think, supposing we, say, did this, where, no, not quite. Maybe if I place this a little higher on the slope, maybe when it drops, it's able to get up all the way upstairs. Anyway. And maybe it is something that requires multiple Koopas on the field, but... Oh, made the same mistake. Didn't actually manage to grab this. Well, we made one breakthrough. That's somewhat helpful. Let's be a little more careful this time. .3D world collision weirdness galore. I kind of like the idea of the slide interaction going towards the spring. Maybe that can do something useful, but So for example, we do this and then... Oh, yeah, slide in. That doesn't actually help. And he gets back in. Okay, that's fine. We just reset the position. Maybe we kick to the left, then have him run over to the right. Instead of falling down. Let's see if we can do this. Kick to the left and hopefully not too far. Place the shell over here. See if we can get him to walk. Okay, that's fine because he's going to go after the shell. So what we do is we try to move this under. We'll try to bounce him up. The slide I think might actually kill him. I may not want to do that. Yeah, slide's probably going to kill him. Yeah, that's not going to work. Again, having multiple Koopas on the field might do the trick. You just need to keep recycling your way back to the spring. And you need to trap a bunch of the Koopas on this side. Also, yeah, it's going to cause me problems. Hang on. No, hang on. This is here. Have multiples of them walk. The idea is that we eventually get a whole bunch of them to just collide with each other. Nope. Maybe we just get multiples of them to collide and then they'll just stack accurately. Oh, forgot to grab it. Or rather, just failed to grab it. Nope. Spit it over. No, multiple collisions is not really going to happen here. They just all stack. You can really stack a whole bunch of them together, though. Look at that. They're going to look very entertaining, at least. I wonder if we can get him to just run over to Skip Squeak. Maybe we drop the spring on top of one. Except we can't pick up the spring because I made that mistake earlier. Don't really see it.
Oh no!
Yeah, we may have to call it today after all. I just sort of extended this because we suddenly unlocked such a powerful interaction that seemed to crack open a lot of stuff about this puzzle, and in the end we didn't actually make it that much further. Okay, drop this. Let's remember to actually pick it up this time. I like the slide. I think that the slide is going to be relevant at some point, given that the slope here just looks so suspicious. As the only slope. Seems rather too interesting for its own good. Yeah, we know that even with this in the middle position, the bounce isn't really going to be right. Whoops, that's not going to be right either. Hang on. It's going to bounce. Yeah, we know this doesn't quite give me the position I need, though. That is not really an accuracy issue. I think it just doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. We do trap that guy. It's kind of important, I guess. We can send a bunch of them up top, but... You know, and maybe create a kind of Koopa chain or something where we just send a whole bunch of Koopas onto the top level and have them pass a shell. I don't think that actually works, but it's something to think about. Particularly as we can... Let's put some more Koopas this way. Oh, whoa. That's not it. In fact, if we park a Koopa there, I wonder how additional ones will fall in. They'll probably just fall in and be blocked completely, in fact. I know. Look at that. We got quite the overlap going over there. Looks entertaining, but not actually useful. So we can get them up top. Given the sequence of bounces that we had over here, maybe the collision from the extra Koopa will be not effective at all. Okay, so what if we place this and just run it a little bit, just like this, and get the next one to bounce. Nope. Oh, and he would have walked into this position, and then that would have actually potentially been helpful, but... Well, we can get a... Whoops. Red Koopa in the middle position. We keep blundering this thing. Yeah, I still just haven't seen one-to-piece which activation is supposed to happen and from who. Because if it's from me, then we should be thinking about launching a Koopa into the right middle. And thinking about what its interaction with a Skip Squeak is going to be if we direct a Skip Squeak to create a collision or a squish or something like that. There's something highly specific here we just haven't seen yet. And there's no other tile here that's going to have quite the same interaction as what we have in this location. Seems like that's very much the central trick to whatever's going on here. Being able to manipulate the Koopas with springs. But at the moment I don't see what that actually amounts to. Like, you can park the Koopa in the middle section again. And then you check them out, and then what? Well, we're going to have to rethink this one and probably go back to it. Not immediately next week, because next week we'll be pretty busy with the new puzzle contest, in which some of the people we've featured today, actually all of the people we featured today, I think have submissions coming. Ape Taster, Shush Select, and Itchy Knee. I was hoping to get through more as well, but that's okay. We got through 2.5, I suppose. 2 and a bit. Way off my pace from last week when I got through 9 or 10 puzzles in one go, but we'll live with it. Hopefully everything was still watchable and functional today. Certainly the Search Select puzzle was the big centerpiece that we had a great deal of fun solving, even if it took me about 3 hours to do so. Viewer levels will be tomorrow, and the contest will be sometime next week, and we'll be doing streams hopefully a little more frequently than we have in recent memory, so just stay tuned. You can always follow the Discord as well if I'm posting the schedule there day to day. But if you have too many Discords to sit on, no worries. If you're following, you'll see me on, and we'll have some puzzles that we'll dial in one at a time, and we'll see how long it takes to get through the whole set. In the meantime, we're going to send you folks off on a raid somewhere today. We'll be looking around very shortly, likely for somebody doing Maker, but we're not necessarily going to be locked to that. And let me just bring up the farewell screen here, because as we send you off somewhere else, thanks for watching, thanks for bearing with some of the extremely long solutions and hours at a time of no progress today. We'll pass you on somewhere fun. See you in a moment, wherever we end up next. But for now, thank you for joining me, and until we meet again, fare thee well.